and yeah, the only phase of the final boss that gave me some trouble was the last phase, and it basically just was, as long as I'm on top of shit and removing debuffs as they get put on me, I'm fine. If I let debuffs stack up and I didn't address them immediately, then eventually someone tripped and died, and when someone died, then everything fell apart. So as long as I kept everybody alive and stayed super on top of keeping everybody alive, everybody on, everybody free from all debuffs and stuff like that, I was able to just smoke the last fight of the game.
So, I just started the stream, and considering that I didn't schedule this in advance, the stream just started, so we are actually live now.
Hello, hello.
Hello, everybody, and yeah, we're back after we took a week off, because one day your
Wednesday
brain,
I wasn't available.
one day your
And the other
brain
day I was sick.
exploded, and the other one you were moving somebody across state.
Wednesday I was moving people across state, and Saturday I had really bad migraines.
So yeah, I decided for this week, I might mix the game down a little bit so I can talk. Yeah, probably not that low. We're gonna be doing what I call the Clock Tower guided tour, because last week after we finished Undertale rather quickly, I decided we'll just fucking bumble through it and get introduced to it. Just to kind of fill time, and in a weird coincidence, considering how the walkthrough sounds, I think we managed to bumble our way to completing about 75% of the game.
Oh wow, then we're not gonna be at this for very long.
So I was very surprised, because I think one of the last things we did was we went to the weird prison and we got the cage key before we ran out of time. So yeah, this one's just for my own curiosity. I was always wondering about the survival horror game that managed to get made for the Super
Nintendo.
This game is actually still.
You said soup, and then you just immediately got cut off. So I don't know if you accidentally bumped your mute button or what happened there, but you haven't said anything since.
Well, is it working now? Come on, seriously? Fuck it, I'll just call in again. Hello?
Welcome back.
Can you hear me now?
Hi. Yeah, I can hear you now.
Fucking Discord fucking must have done some stupid shit.
Oh?
Because I didn't hit
I don't know, I figured you just bumped something. I
didn't fucking hit my button at all, this thing's being an asshole. Anyway, I was going to explain that this game is still, oddly enough, still Japanese exclusive. There was talk at one point, and it might actually be in production, that someone was thinking of making a modern remake of this game.
Resend me the
game,
by the way. No. Oh wait, yeah.
Totally
Sorry, I forgot how Discord does stuff. So when you exit the call and re-enter it, I have to re-click into the stream on my end of the game you're sending, because you're streaming it, like you already told Discord like, hey, I'm streaming this, but like people who are in a call with you don't have to watch your stream. They can just be in the call without watching the stream, and so I have to select to watch the stream.
I think at the beginning she can't run, which is gonna make this fun. But yeah.
Oh, is this one of those games where we can't save?
Well, I mean, this is being run on BSNES. I can save where I need to.
Oh, okay. Because I assume we're gonna pick up where we left off, but maybe not.
No, I figured, we'll just do a guided tour through the whole thing.
Fair enough. But yeah, no. Well, we can just start on some of my topics while you do whatever you're doing. So, this is not the right phone. This is my old phone.
Well, I did write down a bunch of topics because I had a bunch of ideas through this week. And
I only have one or two.
One of them kind of being my attitude on gaming news lately. Considering what's been popping up in the discourse lately.
I guess I don't really know what the discourse is in gaming news lately.
Mostly my main point on it was just that, like, back in the day, like, back when loot boxes were being introduced, I was a lot more into keeping tabs on the bigger stories, but lately I've just been like, I just basically have had no interest in it. Like, there's stories about Star Wars Outlaws doing some dumb shit. Escape from Tarkov is doing some dumb shit, and it's like, for especially with the AAA stuff, I'm like, I don't know. I feel like my attitude is like, well, you know what you're getting into at this point. Like, I don't know why the hell people are having the expectations that they do. To be honest,
Sure.
like we should. At this point, I don't know why the hell you have like these old expectations of like, oh, EA is making a game in my favorite brand and it's gonna be the greatest thing ever. It seems like people still carry that for some reason, even though they've been screwed over so many
I'm gonna
times.
say EA and Ubisoft, I tend not to trust.
Yeah, and it's like, I mean, this happened even a while ago because my other friend bought a copy of Diablo 4, and I was like, well, what the fuck did you expect out of that? Haven't you not been living under a rock considering this game ever came out? Did you fucking see what happened to Diablo Mobile? That fucking trash fire? Why the fuck
I
did you
thought
pick...
people liked Diablo 4 as a game. The problem with it was like by buying it, you're supporting Blizzard, and Blizzard is doing a lot of bad shit, like just to their employees.
I thought I needed to go through that door, or do I need to leave the room? Because,
Well, the door on the other side of the room was locked, so that door doesn't do anything.
Because the first step I have on this is that I have to get to the living room, but I know that the first thing that happens in the game is, like, we leave and then all the kids disappear.
Yeah, but I thought we'd go through the door on the left.
Well, that's locked, so we might have to go upstairs. If I
maybe.
if I can find the point for the stairs. Maybe it's up there? Yeah, because that door is locked and I can't go through the other door.
Can't go through the left door?
I thought I could. Because this one's locked, obviously.
Yeah, that's the right one. I'm talking about the left one. Because that's the one I thought you had to go through. But,
So I just...
yeah, no, the only thing I've heard of lately, as far as, like, big AAA company, like, news and them doing something super shitty, was that, there was recently some sort of, developer conference, and Ubisoft was heavy pushing, AI NPCs in games, which like cool that you can kind of talk to the NPC about anything, but like the depth of it is all gone, and you know it's just art should be made by humans. Like,
I mean the thing I think that's already been proven that they really need to get like. They need to do the ground floor work in making that happen because the fucking Portopia experimental thing on Steam already proved that it's a fucking trash fire if you don't fucking do the proper stuff with it.
oh, all I know is the thing that Ubisoft showed was impressive. Like what they showed was impressive. Like but like if you're just talking like, oh, the AI is doing neat stuff, yes, but that's not the problem. I don't care that AI can do neat stuff. I care about that AI shouldn't be doing art, because art is a human thing. And so yes, while I can now have a conversation with these NPCs, and yes, there's stuff that people were able to trip up the NPCs on, but for the most part, you could have a pretty like conversation about anything with the NPC. But the problem is like, it's gonna lack depth and like the artistic expression because it's just gonna try to guess what you want, and it's not gonna be someone's work of art so much as it's just gonna be a super commercialized thing. And so that's the only thing I knew about that I last heard about with
I think that
big AAA companies.
Unless they're gonna go for like pure flavor text, I don't know how the hell you're gonna have like AI in an NPC case because you can't have the AI itself go off in random directions because they need to do specific things, and if they go off script, then that's gonna probably fuck up a lot of stuff. Like I think that it still hasn't been proven. Well, obviously, it hasn't been proven to be functional yet. But like, as much as we're gonna naysay it, I think we're gonna have to come to the realization that this is tech that we are gonna see in the future.
Potentially. I just personally don't think AI should be doing art.
Well, that's probably the future that we have going for us.
Well, then art is just going to become soulless and meaningless, so.
Well, I think that you probably should look around a little harder because we're kind of already there.
I mean, yes and no. Like, look at the indie, like, the indie scene is full of amazing artwork and, like, amazing, games as art. Like, those games still exist. It's not that all games are soulless commercial cash grabs. Yes, some games I will 100% say are soulless commercial cash grabs. But there are still games being made today that aren't. And if we start leaning too heavily on AI to the point where, like, everything's being made by AI because the AI can basically just do whatever is going to sell the most, then you're no longer making art, it's soulless cash grab.
Well, that's the line that big business has already trampled all over, is that art. Yes, there are developers still doing the work, but big games are made to make money. They're not artistic they're like artistic expressions by spite. Why did I walk out of the room?
I mean, I'd say some AAA games still
I actually did everything that I needed to.
Are still, like, the creators still had something what they wanted to do and they chose to do it, right? I do think there are still AAA games that are doing it. Yes, I do believe some companies are going super hard into just, making something that sells for a lot of money. And then, as I said, the indie scene is filled with people doing their own visions and things.
What is the save state button for this game?
Yeah, I don't remember.
Yeah, fuck it. I'll just hit the button. Because they're like, keep the door open. I'm like, do you mean like the middle door or the other door? Oh yeah, I forgot about the light switch thing.
Bam. So
why are you just operating on your own? Stop
as I said, I don't pay super close enough attention to these topics to know everything that probably needs to be said on it. So I'm just saying this is the most recent and kind of the only thing in any recent, like, the last month or two that I've heard about, like, big stuff with games.
That's probably okay,
like AAA
right?
stuff. Otherwise, it's like very specific game stuff, which is leading into my next topic, segue, which is the game that I'm looking forward to coming out later this month, which is the Thousand Year Door remake, because it does look really good.
Okay, how about you click the door? Because we need to get under that bed or something. I'm probably gonna need to save state because I think I tried the bed the last time and I got fucked over from it.
I don't remember. But yeah, so
yeah, we did, they did bring out new trailers, and, as we said the first time we talked about it, we're not really gonna know more until the second trailers are gonna come out.
And yeah, we actually kind of know a lot now with some of the other trailers and stuff that have come out. And plus some media events they had with, like, kind of game reporter kind of people and YouTube channels and stuff. So, there's a handful of things. So basically, not much of the game has changed.
Oh, yeah, I'm gonna die again.
Huh.
Oh wait, that
how does
didn't
this
kill
work?
Me? Well, I think the problem is that I'm still... he's still... Oh, wait, I need to get to the garage. That's his Achilles heel. And I think the garage is all the way down the hallway.
So, there's a couple of changes, but for the most part, the game is the same. One is that it's got new music. However, there's a badge in the game that turns all of the music into the old music. The badge costs 0 badge points, so it's just kind of a free to look at badge.
It's just another sound effects badge.
Yeah. That turns it all to the old one. But one of the things that I'm interested in hearing when I play the game is that the battle tracks.
No.
There's more than one battle track for the game.
Well, that's good.
And it sounds like it's per area from what we know right now. So like if you're in a different like zone or like area, you have different music. So like Hooktail's Castle will have different music than like the general area outside, and the forest where you do the stuff with Flurry and those little bug things that I don't remember the name of. That'll have its own different music.
How could you forget
stuff
the
like
Puties? They're the greatest of characters.
They are really fun. I just couldn't remember what they're called.
So should I just say my opinion on this? Because the only thing that I looked at was I did see one of the second trailers that they put out. I don't know if they put out multiple new trailers.
Sure. Yeah, I think there's maybe 2 or 3 trailers right now, or maybe more. I don't know. But yeah, go ahead. The most recent one was like 5 days ago. So.
Yeah. Still, my opinion has not changed. I am still super underwhelmed by this attempt at a remake. It definitely seems like they're going for minor changes, and I think it's going to end up being a remaster done as a port, basically.
Nope. That's already wrong.
No, I disagree.
So all the assets have been remade.
No,
but all the assets have been remade.
I don't care.
I know, but my point is it's not a port because all the assets.
Well, I know it's not
remade.
a port, but it's a remaster as a port, essentially. They just remade the game to look like it's supposed to be on the Switch, because yes, it's obviously not the 2003 game, but I'm still not fucking impressed. Like, it doesn't look like they've added much of anything to it. It looks like, honestly, when one of the biggest things that they put into it is like we put in like concept art and like art collections from the game. It's like if that's one of your big points, then I think you kinda already shot yourself in the foot. Cause like I still have a cop. What the hell? How did you manage to do that? Well, you can jump 20 feet into the air? Well, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, you have an old copy, so yeah, maybe it's not for you then. What I think is good about this remake of 1, I personally think it looks gorgeous. Yes, I will agree. Very few things have changed. In fact, I was gonna go over from what I know, everything that is a change, and there's not a whole lot. 1 is the new music, but if you don't want the new music, you can have the old music. There's an NPC who you can talk to that gives hints at side quests. So if you're a little lost on some of the side quests, you can get a little bit of a hint from them.
Beyond just the Trouble Center continuing to exist.
Yeah. So there's a guy in like the Trouble Center or whatever that you can talk to that helps give you a bit more of a hint.
It seems like a really weird addition, considering you could have just had the Trouble Center guy probably do that. I mean, he was already there handing you the side quest.
But yeah, so that's one guy. There's another NPC who will take you into like a training mode, so you can practice action times.
I really hope this isn't that hallway that just like collapses.
Doesn't seem like it, but
Oh yep, that was the collapsing hallway again.
Oh, it is.
Oh, the door did she die again?
Probably.
Damn it.
Yep. But yeah, so there's an NPC that you can take into like a training mode.
Come on.
There's an NPC you can take into a training mode that will help teach you the command prompts.
Ah, shit. Well.
And then the thing I look forward to the most, which we don't have enough information to know exactly what it all entails, is from certain voice lines that we've seen.
Run.
It looks like it's a translation of the Japanese version of the game, more faithful than just a remake of the English version, which means certain story elements that were cut from the English version of the original game will be returning. The biggest one, hopefully, because we don't have confirmation specifically on this, we just have evidence showing that there's a bunch of random things that were, there really isn't any reason to change these things unless you're just going full the Japanese version compared to the English version. One of that being like, one of the examples I've seen people point out is Hooktail, there's like a line in one of the things that um, Hooktail's weakness is stated to be frogs, which is what it is in the Japanese version. Yeah, it's crickets in the original English version, but in the original Japanese version, it's frogs.
Let's see if this will work when I have more damage. I don't know why this didn't work before. Like, this foisted him twice in the bumbling around part.
I don't know.
Maybe if I just stop. Maybe if I stop here, it'll block him out.
I was gonna say the music stopped, like the panicky music.
Okay, we can move on. I need to go find something called the closet room. Where...
So yeah,
Oh, I think I
but
remember.
with that, one of the big elements that I'm curious to see more of, that if we're sticking true to the Japanese storyline, and there has been a line that seems to imply that this change has happened, is Vivian, the companion Vivian, is transgender in the original Japanese. She is a transgender woman, and a lot of her story and how her sisters mistreat her is because they go out of their way to like misgender her and put her down a whole bunch. And in the English version, they just kind of call her ugly, and then that's it. Like there is no like trans thing.
It didn't really come into play. It was just like general abuse.
Yeah, they never said it. Like whole lines were changed / removed so that it never came up in the original English version. Only the Italian version, the Spanish version, the Japanese version, and I think one other version had this text in it. And I assume the reason why Spanish and Italian had it is because those games would be
I knew I should have gotten a map of this place.
Those games would use gendered language, like Spanish and Italian are both just naturally gendered language, like words have gender, like every noun.
Yeah, I know European languages do.
I mean, I wouldn't say European, because German doesn't do it, I don't think. English is technically... German does?
Yeah, that's what DOS and Dare are about.
I did not know that.
I think they have gendered nouns. I'm gonna save state.
Because the German version of the game did not do this, so I assume the reason why Spanish and Italian had it was because of, you know, every word in Spanish is gendered one way or the other. But, yeah, so that's the thing I'm looking forward to, is having that story. I want to see what that story was originally, because that's a way deeper story than what we got in the original English version. Now, given Kid Me, it would have went over my Kid Me's head anyway, probably. But
well, do you imagine that there's gonna be a lot of details about it, or it's just gonna be like replacements for things we already saw, just with like different reasons for insulting her, the same amount?
Well, so. No, I imagine it's to my understanding, it is a larger thing. Like we had, so for example, one of the lines, like the line that's being used as like evidence to say like, hey, this change might be happening, like Foldy, is one of the first times you fight them. The line in the original English is just like, we the three Siren sisters, blah 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 blah, we're gonna beat you, and then that's it. And there's like, so there's no making fun of Vivian in this line in the original English. Meanwhile, the sister goes out of the way to like stop before she says the word sister, and then make a big point over like, well, we're not gonna, like, she makes a huge thing about being like, yeah, I'm not gonna say like that we're sisters, and like I'm gonna choose to instead say whatever.
Damn it, it's a library.
And so I imagine there's a lot more to it than was in, you know, like the English, if that's, you know, anything to go by. Is there's a line in that, you know, they didn't make fun of Vivian in it, but instead it is a transphobic line where the sister's kind of refusing to, like the meanest sisters refusing to refer to the group by the group's name in this moment, because she doesn't want to give the trans sister the satisfaction. Um,
Why is this?
and so I am curious more. I imagine there's probably more to it to Vivian's chapter than when she joins the party, because I know, that's kind of when her sisters abandoned her and everything. I don't remember all the details
Chapter 4, well, they abandoned her because she lost the grenade that. Yeah, I think it was the grenade they needed to blow something up.
Maybe. But my guess is there's going to be more to that chapter.
I mean, I would hope so, considering Chapter 4 is really bad, to be honest. It is not a good chapter. If anything needs a fucking cleanup, it's definitely that one.
I'm trying to remember what all the chapters are, because in my head,
well, that's Twilight Steeple chapter. That's Dupless's chapter.
Yeah, I know it's the ghost place that is where you get that chapter is, and you fight the ghost guy whose name you have to figure out or whatever. But like, I don't know. Well, I mean, we'll see. But yeah, I assume there's probably gonna be more to that chapter if they stick to the original translation. The only other change that I can think of off the top of my head, there's also a way to fast change partners, so like without going into menus. That's just you can change quicker. There's also a button that lets Goombella remind you what you're supposed to be doing main story wise, in case you like forgot. Maybe you stopped playing the game for like a while because you got busy in life or something, and then you come back and you're like, fuck, what was I supposed to be doing? There's a thing you can do where Goombella will remind you of like what you're supposed to be doing main story wise. And then they're doing a thing to make backtracking easier. Apparently that was a big complaint for people.
Well, I think the complaint was exclusively reserved for like Chapter 7, because that was a really stupid idea. Was Mr. White's quest. This is still not the damn closet I'm looking for.
Yeah, so they're doing a thing to make it easier on backtracking. I don't know if we have the very specifics on what that all entails, but we know it's a thing. And then the last thing I found out that's a difference in the game is
dang, it's still not here.
The last thing that I remember that's a thing isn't it the room past the room you're looking for that's a closet? Isn't that the room past those stone statues or whatever?
Stone statues.
Yeah, you walk past the stone statues, and then there's the room where like I forget if you do something and like a wall blows up or breaks open or something.
Well, the thing I'm looking for what I understand, I'm trying to find the pesticide. And from the sound of it, I think it's that room where we had to climb over like an armoire to fucking get to a big box.
Oh, then nope, it's not what I'm thinking. The room I'm thinking of, we did something to like make a hole in the wall so that we could go from one room into the other.
No, I think that's a lot later in the game.
Okay.
But goddamn, where is this pesticide it's talking? Because I know we found it last time we were playing the game. That's how we solved the bug puzzle.
Yeah, but we found the pesticide much later, if I remember correctly.
So that one's locked. Maybe it's this one. Ah, goddammit. That box is certainly shady. I mean, okay, I found the room.
Oh, there you go.
So, I think, like, for all of my naysaying on the remake, I think that at the very least it was a good idea by Intelligent, because at this point, like I said, this game is 20 years old, and arguably it's the last, like, masterpiece that Intelligent Systems made for the series. So
yeah, I have another thing to say on that.
I think that this this remake is perfect to at least get it in front of at least the younger generation.
Yeah, and I mean, I agree with that. I think that's the bigger use of it is if, you didn't
I need
feel like if either you're an adult and you didn't get to experience it as a kid, now you can get it, or if you're a younger generation who wasn't really around when it came out, which there's a lot of people, as you said, with a 20-year gap between this game and now, there's a lot of people who've been born who haven't had that chance.
Oh, there it is.
And yeah, I definitely
But is that all I need to do here?
I definitely think it's good. I think it's very pretty, and I think like if you want it so that you don't have to pull it out again on another pull out your GameCube and play it on the GameCube or something, I think this is a perfectly good way to play it. I think it looks visually gorgeous.
Well, it matches it up to what Intelligent is currently doing, which is kind of why I personally don't like it, because it's like, it just reminds me of the cruddier games that they've been making. And now the good game that they made, the unquestionably good one, now looks like that. As good as it looks. And I'd say that it's interesting looking. I mean, again, probably a backhanded compliment. One of the things I was like actually impressed by when I saw the trailer was the lighting for the Glitz Pit. It's like, I'll give it points for that. It looks good, but I still say that's a backhanded compliment to the quality of this remake of what it's gonna provide.
So yes, as stated, the one other change that happened, just to bring it up so I can finish the list of everything that we know has changed, is that you can now hold 15 items instead of 10, which is like, okay, whatever.
Do you think
like that's kind of my opinion on holding 15 items instead of 10.
Do you think the strange sack is gonna get a buff then to make it a good idea?
I don't know, because I don't remember what that is. So
I
assume it's an item that I assume it's an item that lets you hold more items.
Yeah, essentially.
Or like a badge that lets you hold more items. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. But yeah, there isn't really.
What's the stick thing?
I'd say for someone who played the old one. I'd say to someone who played the old one, the only reasons to really like look at it and be like, yes, I think I'm gonna want this is, one, you think you really do like how good it looks and you want it for that, and then two, if the translation is more pure to the Japanese, I think it's worth seeing for that. I will reiterate for myself that, in case you don't remember from back in the day, I never finished Thousand Year Door. I opened the door, so I was really far in the game.
You picked a good
but
place
I
to
never
stop,
finished it. As the first boss on the other side of the door was very difficult for young me.
It's a really bullshit boss because it's 3 bosses back to back. It's ridiculous.
Gotcha. But yeah, so there was just, I don't remember if it was 3 bosses back to back or what it was. I just remember the first big boss kind of encounter upon opening the door was really difficult for me. And it wasn't the first time in the game that happened to me. And this happened to me a lot as a kid, and a lot of the times the way I got around this is I would put the game down and then I'd come back to it several months later, and for whatever reason things were just significantly easier. And I don't know if it's just I needed a break or what, or I was overthinking it or what it was, but for example, another moment I can remember in my head as being something that a point where I kind of walked away from Thousand Year Door for a while was the train boss, the boss at the end of the train, which I think that's the second to last chapter or something, but that boss for whatever reason gave me a lot of trouble the first time.
It dishes out a lot of damage.
I was doing it.
It's one of those bosses that you have to damage all of its arms before you can get to the core, which makes it kind of annoying. Yeah,
but when I came back to it several months later, I didn't learn anything new. It's not like I looked up a guide or anything. I just remember like I don't know if I beat it first try when I came back, but I definitely had a significantly easier time. And this was a very long time ago, so it's hard for me to remember whether or not like what all changed and stuff. So
I'm looking for the kitchen right now, so like,
gotcha.
That's the next point of pointiness. I really should have fucking just gotten a map, because most of this game is just gonna be bumbling back and forth, being like, where the fuck is any of these rooms?
Yeah, that's what it seems to be so far. But yeah, so yeah, I can certainly agree with your, take that, and I'm not gonna say people have to buy this game. If you think the original is good enough for you, then yeah, you can play the original. Like that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that.
I will say the same thing. Like again, you can have the opinion you want, but if you still have the original, I cannot imagine that there's a good reason to pick up this remake.
I mean, as I said, I feel like the reasons for someone who has it, which I feel like it's a self. You have to decide for yourself whether this is worth it for you or not. And yes, for you, it doesn't sound like this is worth it. For me, I do think
no,
it's
we're
worth it.
No, we're gonna break into your house and force you to buy this game because we, the internet people, know better.
Well, no. What I'm trying to say is like, I don't want to say there's a definitive answer. At the end of the day, like if literally all you want to buy it for is because you want to buy it because you just want another copy of a game you love, go for it. I'm not gonna say you can't do that, and I'm not gonna say that that's like a super horrible idea. Why would you do that? I would just be like, yep, that's your reason, and that's totally fine.
Well, I don't hate intelligent systems. I think they've just been whoever the hell's running their divisions is just like needs to get their fucking head out of their ass. And
so to translate off of that, and I will say, this doesn't necessarily mean things are heading in a good direction, because I was watching, there's like Arlo made a couple good videos.
I knew you were gonna bring up Arlo because this is
tertiary and
his something he would do
in his tertiary channel, because now he has 3 channels.
That guy.
He has so his main channel's his main channel, but he made like a channel that's
his LPs.
I think. Well, so his second channel was always like Let's Plays, but he has a third channel now, which is called, I think it's either Arlo Topics or Topics Arlo, and I think it's like further discussion on things, not the reviews. The reviews were going to be on his main channel and stuff, but like further discussion on stuff. And the channel's not that old. I don't know when he made it. But I came across that. I didn't even know that channel existed until I just happened across the video because the algorithm recommended it to me. But he has a couple of really good videos on that channel where he talks more in depth about his thoughts on this one. And like, I think it was in one of those videos. Otherwise, it might have been the video on one of the videos on his main channel. But he brought up the fact that there's apparently a survey going out to people about like what they want in Mario RPGs. Like, that's a survey that's being sent to gamers.
Hey,
and
I'll just point to TDYD, and that's it. That's the answer.
Well, I was gonna say and when the survey doesn't talk just Paper Mario. The survey also brings up like the Mario and Luigi.
Yeah, the
like
only
Superstar
other one
Saga.
that exists.
Well, there's 3 actually, because the one only has 1 entry, but Super Mario RPG is a separate thing from the Mario and Luigi games and from the Paper Mario games.
Well, that's because Square wasn't always going to be working with Nintendo.
Right, but essentially, it talks about those 3 games.
This isn't where we need to be, but maybe I can find another room here.
But yeah, they talk about those 3 games, and like now, apparently, and this is what Arlo brought up, like he said, it's good that they're doing this survey. However, there's potential risks that they get the wrong answers, and that's because apparently back in the day, there was a person at Nintendo, and I forget who it was. He says in the video, so if you want to desperately know who said this, you're gonna have to go find his video.
Who made this mistake in 2011?
Well, so apparently at one point in time, someone at Nintendo brought up the fact that after Thousand Year Door, or like somewhere around then, they
That was probably around the time that somebody dumbly got on the bandwagon of like, turn-based games are old and shitty. We need to fucking throw that shit in the garbage.
kind of. So they sent out a survey to people at that time, apparently, or there was some survey somewhere that they conducted, right? And in that survey, it was like 90 or 95% were like against some of the things that we can, like the community who wants to play these Mario RPGs are like super for. Like that characters and story wasn't the part that interested them, and that they really wanted gameplay and like stuff like that. And so that was like a thing that happened. And so the hope here that Arlo brings up is, he says it's good they're doing this survey, but hopefully they're sending it wide enough and largely enough so that they don't get skewed results, because the community for these games wants these games to be back like Thousand Year Door, and Arlo has hope that it is moving in that direction. And one of his reasons for that he kind of took a look at, development wise and how long it takes for things to happen and stuff for video games, it's likely that after Origami King came out,
it's like a 4 or 5 year cycle now. Like, games are just like ridiculously huge investments nowadays.
Yeah. So shortly after Origami King came out is likely when both this game, like the Thousand Year Door remake, and the RPG, like the Super Nintendo Super Mario RPG remake, got greenlit. So it's likely what happened is Origami King came out. You know, the fandom was once again mad that it wasn't a return to form.
It was also really weird. Because it was like, okay, instead of turn-based, I'm pretty sure that was the game that had the big wheel combat system. We're like, what the fuck are you doing? What the hell is this nonsense?
So Arlo predicts, or like he's of the opinion that likely feedback from that game,
you think it's more
led
than just a coincidence.
Led them to finally listen, and as sort of a like first step of doing that, they brought back two of the big ones that people haven't gotten to play in a while, that are like the two of the highest held ones. And yes, they did remake some Mario and Luigi games for the 3DS. The problem with those was they were made for the 3DS at the very end of the 3DS's lifespan, when like no one was really paying attention to the 3DS anymore and everybody's doing stuff on Switch.
And he's not concerned that this is just like we're just selling the highly regarded game again, and that's what's actually.
No, I said he's saying he's hopeful. So this isn't him saying this is what happened. They are listening. We are going to get what we want. There's evidence to suggest we might be heading in the right direction, especially because these games are already out. They're already made. So why are they surveying people about what they want in Mario RPGs?
I suppose that is fair. It's a little bit of a coincidence.
So like that's likely they're doing that because they're looking to what the future was. And he brought up sales numbers for we don't have sales numbers obviously for Thousand Year Door remake, but he brought up sales numbers for RPG, right? The RPG remake.
Okay, let's get out of here.
And apparently, in its like first, I want to say he said its first week. It might have been less than that, but its first week, it sold just under like what is currently like the lifetime sales of Origami King. So like, it very quickly outsold Origami King, right?
Come on, Mrs. Simpson, are you serious?
So with Origami King selling significantly less than the remake of Super Mario RPG, and hopefully, and I do suspect, because so for example, again, let's say, because we are of an age where this could be a thing. There are people our age who might be doing this. Let's say I have a kid that's like 4, 5, 6 years old. I had him in my early 20s. Right. I had him in my early 20s because you and I are both in our late 20s. And they have a Switch and they love playing their games on Switch. I'd probably get them this game because Mario's kind of one of those universal franchises that I'm sure my kid's gonna like on some level, and I want to show him what is what is something I loved from my childhood, right? So that will probably be some sales of the game will be that, then some will just be new kids whose
How do you
parents
beat the
didn't play
doll?
this game
You-
playing it.
You
Some will be
fucking trick
people.
it to run into a wall.
Oh well.
Okay, I need to get back to the plank hallway apparently. Or
But yeah,
well,
so-
I can do the kitchen anytime. I can fucking get back to that.
So yeah, I feel like, you know, some of the people who, as you said, might already own the original, they might be buying this because, you know, their kid, like, maybe it's hard to convince their kid to play old games. You know, kids have that kind of mentality. Maybe by buying it now,
Yeah,
they
that's
can,
true.
you know, they'll show it to their kid, and, you know, this is something I loved from my childhood, and they can connect over it. Otherwise, I do know there's some people who've spoken about the game who were around when it originally came out and didn't get the chance. So one example, and like the one thing people on the internet are in uproar about this game, to my knowledge, is like it apparently runs at 30 frames per second compared to 60 frames per second, which the original did run at 60 frames per second. I can't, like, the game looks amazing and visually fine. Like, I see no issue with that.
But
that
my
thing
frames.
myself.
What happens if I don't get all my frames?
And
my eyes will
Arlo,
explode.
Arlo did a whole video on his tertiary channel about the frame rate issue and like his thoughts on why it's kind of a really nitpick. Like, he's like, if that's your reason and you don't want to buy it for that, he's like, I can't stop you. That's fine. Like, you don't have to buy it if that's what stops you. However, I don't think that should be a reason to stop someone. And one of the things he brought up in that video that I thought was really interesting to hear from, because, you know,
I'll try downstairs.
in actuality, it is just nice to hear about the developments of video games and like kind of what goes into it. So some of the attacks on Thousand Year Door Remake having 60 or 30 frames per second compared to 60 is that they're lazy. They don't want to blah blah blah, right? That's some of the accusations. And the developer for the
I mean, I don't know how you'd argue against it because I don't know what goes into making things work on different frames. I don't.
And that's what Arlo brought up. Arlo said that if you're attacking them and saying they're lazy, you probably don't know how games are made, because that's almost entirely likely not true. Are there companies that do that? Yes, 100%. Arlo says. But one of the things that Arlo brought up that I thought was like a really good point, and it was a specific person, was I don't remember if it was the head developer or one of the lead developers for the Bayonetta like spin-off game.
Wait, what do you mean spin-off game? Are there actually? I can't remember if Bayonetta actually had a spin-off.
So there are 3 mainline Bayonetta games, and then there's also Bayonetta like Cereza Stories or whatever, which has like a neat art style and is on the Switch.
That might be why. It might be like really recent.
It's within like a year or two, I guess, probably. I want to say it was probably 2 years ago at this point.
Well, eventually we'll be able to get to because Bayonetta's on my personal spinning wheel. So
yeah.
Maybe in 4 years, I'll have my question answered. So what was your point about this?
So the developer for this game came out and talked about, you know, frame rate, right, in games, right? So he's talked about how one of the things during the development of that side story where you play as like Bayonetta as a kid and stuff, I don't know too much about what the actual game is. I know it's visually very pretty because it's like a whole painted like storybook like art style that's kind of really cool to look at. But one of the things he brought up in like kind of this long threaded tweet where he talks about this is that, you know, when they were developing that game, there were areas of the game that worked great. There were areas of that game that worked great in 60 FPS.
This is where I started.
But yeah. There were areas of that game that worked great in 60 FPS. However, in certain areas of the game, the frame rate would drop because of the art style and because of the thing. So they had to make a decision. Either they had to give up on that art style.
They probably just gave up on the frame rate, I would imagine.
They did. So that spin-off game runs at 30 FPS, by the way. So
as people bitch about it, like, at the very least, 30 FPS is a standard, especially if you can get it consistently.
Well, and Arlo brought up in like specific genres of games, it can be very important to have that 60 FPS. However, he doesn't truly think.
I found the kitchen. Yes.
Arlo doesn't think in this kind of game. It matters too much. It matters too much. However, I will state that, and Arlo brings it up too and talks about it in his video. One thing that changing the frame rate would affect is your frames for the active button presses for when you do like jump to get the second jump and things like that, right? Because if you have 60, like let's say you have 4 frames to do it to get that jump, in 60 FPS, if you have 4 frames, that means in 30 FPS you're gonna have 2 frames to do it. And they can adjust it accordingly for this remake. And to my knowledge, from what we know, there's some people that said, but you know, once again, not very. I don't think really anybody who has been talking about the game and like gotten to go to like special showings and stuff of the game, I don't think they've gotten to have the controller in their hands. I think like an employee of Nintendo has the controller in their hands, so it's really hard to say whether the button presses are easier or not. However, I'm gonna go back to my Cereza like Bayonetta side story.
And I'm gonna try and find that plank room or the plank hallway.
So one of the things he talks about is, right, as I was saying, and a bunch of areas of the game, it was working at 60 FPS perfectly. However, there was very specific areas of the game where when you were in those areas, because of the assets it had to load in and like the lighting and like all this stuff to do the art style, yes, it was inconsistent. And so they had a choice to make, and the choice was either abandon the art style, which they felt like they shouldn't or couldn't do, let the game be inconsistent, which they felt is worse than having it
like that. That would get you some fucking Pokemon Scarlet style ribbing from the community if you can't maintain a consistent frame rate.
Or lock it in at 30. So even though some areas work at 60, lock it in at 30 so that all the areas work consistently. And it's likely because this guy didn't work on the Thousand Year Door remake, but he brings up that because of the art style that is Thousand Year Door and how it is, it's probably a very, very, very similar issue to what his game was having. And so he truly believes that they tried to figure out how to get it working in 60. However, there were certain areas in the game where no matter what they tried, it dipped. And they had to choose between either letting it dip, doing something different with the art story, the art direction, potentially losing some of the art style. I don't know what that would all entail. Because I would say Paper Mario doesn't really have the option to abandon the art style because it's Paper Mario. You're gonna have to have it be the paper like art style.
You're probably never gonna be able to abandon your art style because like if it's that deep into the development, and it's not gonna be very deep at all. Like unless you want to completely redo the fucking massive portions of the game, you're not gonna fucking do that.
So it sounded like, at least from the Bayonetta side story guy, it sounded like it was something they considered, but he absolutely did not want to do. But it sounded like it was something they could have done. Now, given I don't know how large that Bayonetta side story game is, I do know it's, from what I know, it's not, it's not a full game length. Like it is a shorter game. I think it's like $10 or $15, and it was when it released, right?
Jesus,
and I think it's an eShop only. I think it's an eShop only kind of game. Maybe it's 20, but I'm pretty sure it was fairly cheap when it came out, and I'm pretty sure it was eShop only. So like, maybe, but he did not want to get rid of that art style, and I agree. Like, while I haven't played that game yet, I agree. Dropping that art style would have been super stupid because that game looks absolutely wonderful in its art style. Like, I really like its art style.
Okay, so we're gonna go back to the secret prison. If you wanna stop for like the only interesting thing in the game up until this point.
Sure. But yeah,
I
so
I have a couple things to look at, so you have some time to talk.
I know I'm gonna finish. I think I'm just about finished on what I'm talking about. So, yeah, that's very likely what it was for Thousand Year Door. Is that they had to choose between lock it in at 30, or letting the frame rate be shitty in certain areas. And I think Arlo said where he thinks it is because he pointed out that so one of the things in Thousand Year Door, there are areas where there are a lot of characters on screen at the same time.
Oh no, a cat.
And
now that cat will kill you.
But yeah, there's a lot of areas in Thousand Year Door where there's a lot of characters on screen at the same time. And I don't have enough memory of the old game to know whether or not Arlo's right here, but Arlo said, and I assume he's probably right here, that when the original game was like that and had a lot of models on screen, the models weren't very detailed. However, in this new remake, those scenes look really good. And like Arlo thinks there might even be more people on screen. So this is scenes like when all the dry bones are crowding you in Hooktail's castle, the crowds at the wrestling arena, like for those scenes, things like that. And he thinks those are likely at least some of the areas of the game that caused a lot of frame rate problems. I would say another one, if I had to take a guess, because another place I can think of where there's a lot of models on the screen. We were talking about it a little bit ago. Did you say they're called Pee-wees? Is that what they're called?
Oh yeah, the Peonies and the Bob-omb cannon scene.
Yeah, because I know there's like a lot of points in that game that I can think of where there's kind of like a lot of random units on screen, like they don't have names, but they're just like random crowds of a specific like creature type. So the big ones in my mind is there's the one in Hooktail's castle where you're getting absolutely crowded by dry bones, and then okay, yeah, I remember there's being a lot of Peonies.
It's almost time for the big old scene of this dead guy.
Yeah, her dad.
Her dad, who was a doctor and got put in this room, that I did that to the wall. It's a memo about how he's a terrible Resident Evil person. I mean, it's kind of a cutscene, but it's a PNG with text on it.
Rolling text.
Hello and welcome to Star Wars Horror Edition. Even though I'm dying in this hole, I have to write down my thoughts.
The South Park game makes fun of this, by the way. In the first South Park video game, The Stick of Truth, there's a part where you're like on an alien spaceship, and you're like running around the alien spaceship, and you keep finding audio logs about a guy who keeps finding other people's audio logs, and he's like, why are people wasting their time? Like, taking the time to record these audio logs when they could be like trying to flee, and he's like, why am I doing it?
Where did this recorder come from?
He's like, I keep trying to find food and supplies, but all I keep finding are more audio logs.
I can't eat this shit. Of all the times that you bring it up, it's when she's cradling a skeleton. Jennifer, you're actually a demon and you have to kill yourself, says me, the skeleton, and also your father. Trust me, everything worked out for me. That's what this makes me think of. Whenever you find like a note
of someone who's just like whatever. Now, given this is a note of someone who knew they were going to die, so it's not as bad. The thing that the South Park game is we're making fun of is the oh, prepare to get chased, by the way. I'm pretty sure when you walk out of here the guy's gonna be on you.
Sounds fair. I can hit this. Oh yeah, I can't leave out of that room because it's covered in concrete.
I was gonna say, do you want to like chill in this room to recover all your health, or?
I don't even know if I can recover.
That might be in the next room that you get attacked.
I'm gonna get attacked by that fucking cat again.
Yeah, it's gone actually, weirdly enough.
Well, I mean, we can take some time to... I did want to bring up something else to the second to last thing that you had brought up with, because we did play the Silent Hill quadrilogy, And according to a fan that I was listening to on a podcast, and I probably mentioned this earlier, the same thing about the fans don't know what they actually want from their games happened to the Silent Hill quadrilogy, and that's why the game, when you think about it and remember it, that's why it was like what they were doing was so fucking back and forth, was because they kept getting feedback on like core elements of the game. It's like, we don't like this, we don't like this, we want it to be like that, we want to be it before. It's like, back in the day, like, somehow Silent Hill 2, the Golden Boy, was actually getting shit on by the fan base when it came out, because they were like, who's this fucking ding-dong? Why the hell is everything different? Why did the story get thrown out of the original? We wanted to go back to that, until they did with Silent Hill 3, and then they didn't like that too, so they fucking went to goddamn Dingus Face in Silent Hill 4. And,
yeah, so
and that's what developers probably have to do, is that they have to sit down and realize that just not take every piece of feedback or feedback in general as sacrosanct, because that's what happens when you do.
And I agree with that to an extent. I'm to my understanding from what Arlo was talking about with this survey. So one, when whatever this survey was, when it happened, it wasn't talked about that it was happening. It came up like several years later, like during like Sticker Star, or like one of the other Star. Like one of those ones during Sticker Star, or the one that the paint one. It was during like that time that one of the people involved at the studios brought up this survey from way back. So it wasn't like they weren't talking about the results of this survey in a very recent time from when that survey was conducted. They were talking about this, how they did this survey way back, and it like contradicts what people are saying now. And like, I don't know. From what Arlo was making it sound like, even the fan base as a whole at that time would have been against that, the results of that survey, so it's likely that they just like pulled the wrong people, or like the wrong demographic.
They kept
like
whoever
they pulled, or whoever they surveyed, I guess I should say, whoever they surveyed.
Oh,
they weren't the right people to survey for this franchise in this game.
Later.
And I think the sales of
I'll have to keep that place in mind, because that's from the future.
The sales of the later
they weren't great, because
Mario Paper Mario games shows, and Arlo, and I thought this was interesting because Arlo brought this up again in this video.
After
Arlo brought up that,
you probably
like,
should have taken a good long look at yourself and be like, what the fuck are we doing?
He's like, apparently. So he said this, and this is me saying the word apparently, but according to Arlo, every Paper Mario game has its fans. Like, there are people, yes, even Sticker Star, he said. However,
well, it's kind of shitty, but I still like it.
The last time the community as a whole was, like, backed and said, yes, this game is good on a whole, was Thousand Year Door. People weren't happy with the changes to the Wii one. I know you really like the Wii one for its story. My roommate really likes the Wii one for its story.
But the gameplay is fucking ass. It is such a bad idea.
The gameplay change bothered a lot of people, and I was one of those people. I didn't really give that one the time of day. And, I did enjoy the story once we played through it. I still like both of the old ones better, even though I haven't even finished both of the old ones better. Just because, one, I'm a huge sucker for turn-based combat. So the first two are just really, really fun for me compared to the other one. Because, I have these stories, I have these characters, these companions that are, like, all unique and neat that I get to meet and pal around with, which is something that I always like.
Well,
I like games where you collect a group.
Well, that's the thing about Paper Mario. It does the thing that I wish Final Fantasy would have done, because the thing that doesn't get me along with Final Fantasy is that the games that I've played have had this fucking idea eventually come up that I call the design of back you into a corner and beat you to death. Where it's like, oh, you didn't plan and get the obvious fucking skill that would have completely decimated the end game stuff. Well, you're a fucking idiot. Now we're gonna punish you with, and then we just kill you all the time with bullshit.
I haven't really had that problem across, like, RPGs as a whole. The element I'm talking about here that I really enjoy is, and the Fire Emblem games have this too, I like collecting
people.
personalities. And, like, that's why Pokemon is such a big thing for me, is because you have like all these different characters with all these different looks
Go
and
through
like
this door, Jeff.
piles of stuff, and you can collect them and like you can switch up and have different people with different moves, right? Fire Emblem the same way. You get all these different units, and yeah, as I've gotten older, one of the things that like I like more is when those people I collect have personalities on top of that. Because yeah, Pokemon, they have like a personality, I suppose, and like their design kind of gives way to a personality that you can like imagine, but they don't have like a personality. Like they're not saying stuff in the game, unlike the Paper Mario buddies,
It's
the Fire Emblem
entirely
character.
style over substance.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's, but you have a ludicrous number compared to whatever. The Persona games rock with me really well because you have both. Because you, the protagonist, get a lot of the like the very wide variety of like, you know, style over substance with those personas, but then you also still have your party members who are part of the story, and like they themselves are once again a group I'm collecting throughout the course of the game who have their own personalities, and I get to use, you know, switch out and use the ones I want to use when I want to use them, kind of deal. So there is still that. But yeah, I don't know. It's just, you know, my favorite, as I've gotten older and have less time to play video games, I'm starting to find like more and more video games, and this is a really weird thing compared, like I feel like childhood me would be like just aghast.
Well, you need
I don't
to...
know. I don't care a lot about playing video games anymore, but the games
Really?
I do care, and the games that do hook me super hard, are turn-based RPGs. So, even though some people absolutely hate the gameplay of turn-based RPGs, apparently, that's the games I find myself suckered into to the point where I want to keep playing them. But games that aren't turn-based RPGs, I'm finding more and more it's harder for me to complete those. Nowadays than it is for me to complete the other ones. And yeah, as I've had less and less time, you know, now that I'm an adult and, you know, as I've gotten older, I feel like every year I have less and less time to do video games, and
because it's true.
And when it comes to video
face.
games, when it comes to choosing whether or not to like just watch TV, like get caught up on a TV show or play a video game,
you pick TV?
I typically pick TV and movies and stuff like that over video games now, for me personally. And I think part of that is that...
That might be a commitment issue. You need to put your heart in the right place.
Well, I mean, no, I think it's a personal choice, right? And I think part of it is, one of the reasons is video games take a lot longer to complete. But I feel like, you know... The parts that end up boring me and cause me to quit the game is eventually I just kind of get bored of the gameplay sections of a game. And like I'm typically just kind of there for the story.
You need to believe in the possibilities of the future, and then you'll be more committed.
It can get difficult for me to commit, and eventually a lot of games, yeah, I do kind of lose interest. However, the one genre that I feel like I'm able to complete more often, even though they're sometimes significantly longer, are turn-based RPGs. So that's just me. But I'm gonna run to the bathroom now.
Oh, what a great time to pick, because I finally found the fucking room I was looking for.
Oh, well, I mean, I can still hear you, but I'm gonna mute myself and go to the bathroom.
Remember that creepy room that had, like, crows? Someone killed a bunch of crows in it?
I think so.
Well, come on, give me the fucking scroll. Okay, I need to get the key from the table and open the thing with the key. I thought I just picked up the key. I should have the key. Yeah, I have the cage key. Fucking put it in the cage. Use key and cage thing. Ah, Jennifer is a fucking dope. And now with the crow freed, we're gonna pal together, Animal and Master, to defeat the demons, I guess.
And that's when the crow kills you.
Anyway, next thing we have to do is we have to go find the phone gag again, which means we have to go to the second foyer, and I'm pretty sure it's there. But first I have to turn the lights off because it's scawy in here. And then after we go to the phone gag, we need to find the Moonlight Sonata room again. Which might be difficult. Yeah, since it's just us, viewer in the future, and, he's taken his Bayou Breako. I've, had a lot of time for games, this week, since we weren't actually doing anything for YouTube. My spinning wheel was doing a lot of work. The first one I did was, Pilot Wings, after... What was the one I finished before I did Pilot Wings? It wasn't the Make 10 game. Oh, probably doesn't matter. I did Pilot Wings, the original Pilot Wings. And I did that specifically because when I was reading it on Wikipedia, it sounded like it had, like, a plot. And when I finished the game, it turned out that the plot was only reserved for the final mission, which was a really funny idea in retrospect, because most of the game is just you doing flight tests. It's a flight simulator, obviously. And for also being released for the Super Nintendo, it has pretty damn good physics. It's pretty realistic, actually. In, I don't know, an arcadey sort of way, if that makes any sense. I had a lot of fun with it. It has 4 games in it, which is biplane, parachuting, gliding. Paragliding might be the word. Then I had a 4th thing, I can't remember. But, basically you're just doing flight tests over and over and over again to gain certificates to become a better pilot. You know, just playing a flight sim. And then at the end of the game, you're given a final mission for some goddamn reason. And the mission is that for some reason... and I'm being very literal here, the organization you're working against is called the Evil Syndicate. Very literally. The Evil Syndicate has gone out of their way, for some reason, to kidnap all of your flight instructors. And you have to use the power of helicoptering to go save them. But when the mission begins... someone off-screen already busted out the flight instructors, and your only job is to use the helicopter to get them back to base. As you're being shot down by, like, 30 different mortars on an island chain. It is pretty fucking goofy. And I would definitely recommend it for anyone who's interested in a flight sim, since there's a little bit more to it, and even if you play it legit, it's only probably going to take you a couple hours to get through the missions you've got. It was a fun, quirky time. I enjoyed it. Then after that, I spun up of all things, I spun up F-Zero. And, I didn't have a lot on my list for F-Zero. I actually only ended up doing 2 games. And doing both of them is in quotation marks, because one of them is F-Zero GX, which I don't know how infamous the game is, but I would say it's a candidate for being infamously difficult to get through the story. And to be honest, I really didn't. Because just to be upfront, like, I was cheating to try and do the final 2 missions. And F-Zero, I don't know if the designers just do this as a point of tradition or it was just this game in general. They have very harsh rubber banding. Like, ridiculously so. Because I think that was the reason why in Mission 8 against the person who was ordering around Black Shadow. I thought we were going to get to the room we were looking for. Because I'm pretty sure the phone gag is here somewhere. And there's not another room there. That room is locked. What am I missing here? Because I swear that the phone call is coming from this room, so it has to be in this place. Is there another door at the end of the hall here? I can't remember his name, but the enemy who's ordering around Black Shadow in that game, obviously he also wants to race you for the, I don't know, the destiny of the universe or some fucking shit. That was the mission that I was trying to cheat to get through, and even though I was cheating and had max boost for the entire stage, he was still thwarting me very handedly, so that's kind of the weird thing about the rubber banding in the game, is that the rubber banding is so harsh that it can somehow thwart you even though you're cheating. Because, like, I don't know, it's like a weird thing where they can just like impossibly boost in front of you and do perfect turns and all that stuff. You know, just the funnest stuff to try and deal with. I don't think the phone room is here. I'm gonna try that other door before going down the hallway to the garage. To the garage. Okay, it is this room. And now for Ms. Mari. I think we can get out of this. Hey, Mary. You got something behind your back, or you just happy to see me? How about no? Bye. I'll have to have a talk with the school's HR department to handle that little discrepancy. What, did you lock the door again? Okay, I'm gonna chase her with this knife, I'm gonna lock the door, and then I'm gonna hang out with my friend the knife. Okay, now I need to get the key on the table. And now for another bit of fun walking around after that. Because we need to go find the musical sonata. The Midnight Sonata. Is it Midnight Sonata? Yeah, it should be.
Moonlight Sonata?
Yeah, it is. It was Moonlight. What are you doing? Get out of the room. Don't answer the phone. Your teacher just tried to murder you. Wait, why'd you come over here? Yeah, fuck it. Ghost phone. Well, how can you tell? You're not even looking at it, you dumb shit. Ghost phone. It's the 90s. So yeah, I need to go on the wonderful quest to try and find the piano. Damn, ghost phone won't leave me alone. Well, I can't block the phone number because it's the 90s. I'm just gonna have to beat the phone to death with a hammer, and that'll solve the problem.
There might have been a way to block the phone numbers in the 90s. I think you would have to do something and, like, contact your phone provider, but I think there was a way to do it.
So yeah, F-Zero GX is kind of in a weird place for me, where the game is very, very well made. It's a very interesting racing game, but I don't know if I could recommend it just for the sheer difficulty of the game. And that you're probably not going to get through all of it, because the final mission in the game is a race against a staff ghost in a map that has no guardrails. So I just threw that out instantly, because that's a fucking no-go.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I've played, I think, 2 or 3 different F-Zero games to this point, and every single one of them, I'm like, for the people who want this is probably great, but I don't want this. Is essentially my takeaway from the F-Zero franchise. Like, I don't want a racing game I can perma-die in.
So yeah, GP Legend was the other one that I did, which, oddly enough, racing, I know it's possible, but racing games on the GBA is kind of a weird sell. It did this Star Fox Command thing where they did, like, 10 different campaigns for each of the characters they bothered to do, and give you a little bit more. It's not like Star Fox Command, because you don't really get any backstory. It's just kind of each one's doing an individual interconnected story thing. but there's not a lot to it, to be honest. But you do get some
Like
things.
arcade endings in a fighting game kind of deal. Like you just pick a character and then once you do it, you get a little story at the end, or what?
No, you get text in between each race, but there's only 5 races per campaign, so there's not a lot going on because they don't give a lot of space for it. But the ones that I really did appreciate was oddly enough was Samurai Goro and Lisa Brilliant, and I'm not sure if Lisa Brilliant is exclusive to GP Legend or not. She might be kind of like a B tier character from the roster. I've just never seen her outside of that game. And I liked it because it was very funny, because Samurai Goro is a very goofy fucking character. He's one of those like, characters who's very aggressive and stupid. But they do it in a way to make him not like a complete doornail. So it's actually kind of interesting to see him go around and pick fights with like all these people, thinking that he can just punch the shit out of everybody that he comes across. And he in his campaign, he's running around challenging everyone to races because someone poisoned him at the beginning of his campaign. And he thinks that everybody did it. Including Lisa Brilliant, who turned out at the end of the story to be Samurai Goro's wife. And that was because, in typical fashion, she got amnesia after her car crashed into a wall after it was sabotaged. And at one point they group up, and Lisa's like, "I have no memory of you," and Goro's being like, "What the fuck are you talking about? Are you just trying to have like a wife spat at me or something? Let's race so that I can fucking knock these ideas out of your stupid head or some shit." Like, it's very funny and very goofy.
It does. So there's several fighting games that arcade runs are similar to this. Not that, like, I was gonna say sometimes the arcade story of the like each dialogue in the fight is the like win quotes and stuff. However, like for a good example, one that I feel kind of feels like this is Street Fighter 4. So in Street Fighter 4, you actually, I shouldn't say Street Fighter 4 because I don't know for sure if it's base Street Fighter 4, but in like Ultra Street Fighter 4 and Super Street Fighter 4, when you pick your character, it starts with like a cutscene. You get a cutscene of your character's story, and like what they're after in this tournament, and then their win quote for every single fight kind of has to do with this tournament. Then about halfway through, you get like a special cutscene again, where it's like a specific person they bumped into that along the way it's the fight your rival fight, and then you get through. So there's that, and there's a lot more story element there, and then at the very end you get the ending of the arcade run. So it's like those 3 things. So I feel like this is very similar to that. I think the Alpha franchise also had something.
I wonder why it told me to do that. Oh, because it was like you might find this or you might find that. And apparently I found the event and not the item.
Yep.
So I'm in the back of the house. I'm not sure where the hiding spots are. Oh wait. If I can get to the plank hallway, that's a way out of this. And if my luck is on point, yep, this is the plank hallway. So, yeah, I would recommend GP Legend more than GX, because the difficulty curve of that game is appropriately all over the fucking place. It is not consistent at all, and some challenges are very difficult to do, but they're not impossible like GX's. So I would have an easier time recommending it. For being on the GBA, it actually controls pretty decently. Yeah, I just had a good fun time with it, to be honest. Outside of like the 8 out of 10 fucking difficult chapters. They go into Captain Falcon being apparently like Samus, he's just a bounty hunter in context. Which is as confusing as Samus is a bounty hunter, because I don't know, Captain Falcon's bounty hunting through racing, so it just seems like he's not really spending enough time being a bounty hunter to really be good at it.
So yeah, I don't know. To my knowledge, the F-Zero characters are like fighting game characters, and the fact that they have these like very basic backstories, and then
yeah, essentially,
like each of them has that kind of thing, and like their stories progress. Each of their stories progress in like kind of different ways each game, and stuff. But yeah, no, you're never gonna get me to play an F-Zero game. Like that's a decision I've made a long time ago. I've played, as I said, 3 or 4 of them at different points because someone was like, "Let's play this," and I just hate the fact that it's a racing game you can die in.
I'm trying to find.
And that alone is enough that makes me go, "Nope, I don't want to play this."
I'm trying to find, because they were like, you have to change to this other ending because if you get the event. But it doesn't actually have the music room in the list, so I guess I'm a little confused. I guess we can try and find this chapel that they're talking about, which I think is that weird room. But then they have this other room called the religious study, and I'm not sure if that weird room is the chapel or the religious study. Oh wait, no, the chapel mentions a star pattern on the floor, and that weird room did have a pentagram on it. So it's gonna take another while, but we'll find it. And by we, I'm pretty sure I mean me. So I did write down other topics, but they're kind of real world topics, and I don't know how much you'd want to actually go into them on. But I wrote them down because they're kind of I would say they're easier to deal with. There's not going to be there's not like a real good debate on the other side of it, so I think it would be easier to talk about.
Oh shoot! Hold on. Give me 1 second to try to remember. I learned the name. So remember our conversation about Samus and like who said what for that stuff?
Oh yeah, that guy.
I found the name for what you call that. So there's tropes for that. So word of God is when the direct creator says something, but when someone like adjacent, like a secondary creator or like an artist on something says something, it's there's a different trope name for it. And there's actually 3 word of blank trope ones. The top one is, of course, word of God. Oh, it's word of Saint Paul is what the Samus thing would be, where it's like an adjacent person.
Saint Paul! Then, he's come back down here to give you canon explanations.
Well, so the reason it's so if it's word of God, the reason it's word of Saint Paul is Saint Paul biblically. A lot of the things that are in the Bible are the way they are because of St. Paul. So like things like you're not getting it from the direct source, but this person had an impact, right? The third one, which is like the weirdest one,
okay,
it's when it's literally just an independent authority separate from the work. So it can be a scholar who theorizes something that ends up getting like taken up by everybody, just someone well respected in the fandom, or like that, and that one's word of Dante. That's word of Dante. So word of Dante is when like something kind of gets accepted as canon by a fan base, even though like the person who said it wasn't anywhere involved in the creation of the thing. Because they have some level of authority that caused it to catch on, and that's called word of Dante. But in the case of the Samus thing, I just wanted to share that I learned that with that kind of thing will be called, and I plan to try to bring it up in the future if I have an example of something where I'm like, yeah, people have been talking about, like, apparently at one point in time this was intended. I will now bring up which of these words it is when I learn things like that. So the Samus thing would have been word of St. Paul. Which I just think is interesting that they have a name for it. But yeah, named for St. Paul the Apostle, who through diligent missionary and organizational work very much changed Christianity from a minor Jewish sect into a budding world religion, while clarifying or modifying lots of things about what Jesus said. And what Jesus said would be word of God.
Um,
That's where these names get their thing, is based on people who had an effect on Christianity and the ways people view Christianity. So the reason why Word of Dante is the Word of Dante is because Dante's Inferno, there are stuff that many Christians think of when they think of certain elements of Christianity, or even just things that the general population has when they think of things that are about Christianity, that don't, like, the original source of them is the Divine Comedy, which is not a religious like work, and the church, churches don't recognize it.
okay,
But, like,
so
hell having different layers or different circles of hell based on the seven deadly sins, that's all the Divine Comedy.
so apparently in this ending we need to go get a different item, which is in the plank hallway on I think one of the green statues.
But gotcha. Anyway, now we can go into your topics. I just wanted, before I forget, I wanted to be like, oh, I found this out, and I just think it's neat that this thing has a name.
Well, to keep it in gaming, this one's probably going to be the hardest to talk about because there's actually, I did learn from a video talking about it more deeply because I wanted to put this on a topic list because I saw it in Facebook hysteria, in the usual fashion. Which was a Stellar Blade has gotten a bit of a controversy over its coming development. Because it's going to be... I'm not really sure what it's supposed to be, but it's supposed to be very anime, and... I don't know what you want to call it, very stylish. The topic of censorship came up, and as you would imagine, in internet stupidity land... that can get very, very dumb very, very fast, and people are being very hysterical about it. And my first thought when I wanted to bring it up was, what actually was going on with the censorship, because I thought that it was voluntary censorship. But someone brought up in regards to it that it might be censorship sort of like how Carmageddon was censored, by governments, where they had to change they either had to completely remove some design elements for their human NPCs, or they needed to adjust, like, blood and gore effects to fit what the government wanted. And that's where I kind of got the interesting thing about it, where, if that is what's happening, it is censorship, but it is censorship kind of defaulting back to the creators, where rather than just outright blackbarring things, if this is what's actually going on, of course, because this is just speculation for speculation. If it's defaulting back to the creators and the governments, like, you can't have this amount of nudity on your characters, you can't have the boobs flopping out on your characters, you gotta change these things and these things. It is censorship, but it is still giving the creators the ability to make adjustments to fit within the lines that they're drawing. And it's kind of a nuanced take on it, because if that is what's happening, then either side of it isn't specifically correct, because they are being forced to make changes, but they're being forced to make changes in a way that the creators are able to decide on a different design that fits in with what the requirement is, which means that the creator still has some creative control over what they're going to do about it. And I thought about that as being interesting, because it's not like how the hysterical censorship people make it out to be, where it's like the government came in and they fucking, they have to remove this and this and this, and we want the huge titty, almost naked girl protagonist on the fucking game, and that's bullshit. And it's like, yeah, it is kind of bullshit, but you still somewhat have your character, because at least it's not a government. The government did make the design. The creator is still making the character look how they want it to look within guidelines. Which means that, yes, it is censorship, but it is still before I heard more information on this, I thought it was going to be I thought it was going to be an entirely creator thing, and my idea going into it was going to be like you hear sometimes in the culture war bullshit scape of news that like people come out and say, well, a creative work is being censored by whoever, whatever force they don't like, and it's like it's complete bullshit. And it's like we need to have, you know, the racism preserved or this sexy character still in. And when you hear about some of these cases, it's like it's not actually censorship because it's the creator or the owner of the work themselves censoring it as a marketing thing. Like, they remove it because they want it to sell better. And at that point, I can't really get behind you going hysterical and be like, censorship and how dare you, because it's like, it's not really censorship, it's an edit made by the people who have the rights to it. And if they want to make that choice, I have to sit here and be like, well, it's creator-driven changes. Like, you know, if they want it to be how that is, then, you know, I think you should default to the vision that they want to create. Even if it is just, like, for sales. Because, you know, they made that call. No one else came in and was like, no, you have to do this because I force you to do it, and we need to get rid of this. It's like, they made the call to do that. And that's how I originally thought this was going to be. I thought that people were being ridiculous and being like, you know, maybe they got feedback saying, like, why the hell does the character have to be this sexual? And the creator actually agreed with it and made changes. But it might be a more governmental thing, and they are being forced to make changes, but they are making the changes themselves.
So they're fearful of government stepping in, so they're making the changes? Is that what it is here?
I think it was the more ridiculous take where it's like, I mean, part of it was the typical thing where, you know, the anti-censorship people were being like, you know, they were going more after games journalism rather than the governments themselves, where they're like, probably journalists were putting out articles probably being like, why the hell is this game so sexual? And I don't know if the more ridiculous people were being like, it shouldn't be like this, and this shouldn't be how video games are, and that I would imagine that was where the Facebook hysterical guy was putting it, was like, it wasn't against the censorship themselves, it was more like games journalists losing their fucking minds over my big titty action game.
I mean, there was... I wouldn't say people, from my understanding, there weren't people losing their mind, but there were people who kind of were like, we're still doing this, really? Like, in this day and age, you know, that kind of, like, critique of it, like, the overly sexualization of that and all, and yeah, I mean, that is a valid critique of the game. If the characters are overly sexualized and you're like, it's for just for the sake of being overly sexualized and like really no other reason.
Okay, I might need to go to the library
like,
first.
That is a valid critique.
I mean, it's all subjective. It's like outside of what the ratings body is gonna force you to do. It's all subjective, and that was another point I was going to bring up before I realized there might be more nuance to it, is that if you as a creative person got feedback from your customers on previews and was like, basically what I said, they were like pointing out like, why the hell is the character so sexual, like the stuff that we point out in the third birthday and how weird it was that the game was that sexual.
Yeah.
And the creator, after seeing that feedback, was like, you know, they might actually be right. And agrees to be, and changes their mind. I think that's absolutely perfectly valid. That's not a censorship thing. That's just them taking a look at their work and being like, maybe I went a bit too far and I should change this. Get rid of this feature, get rid of the side boob or whatever the fuck the actual meat of the details are. But that's why I wanted to bring it up, was that I thought it was an interesting censorship case because it's not as black and white as what people as what I was seeing it being portrayed as.
Yeah, and I mean, I think part of the reason why it might have been being portrayed that way is because, I don't know, anime fanboy being mad because how dare they take away my titties. But yeah, I don't know, cause I remember, and my roommate was one of the people who were like not super keen on the fact that they're like, really, why is this sexualized? Like, it seems pretty heavy, and my roommate wasn't like, it was just like, yeah, I probably won't buy the game because there's a million games that are just as fun, and I really don't need to play this one, right? That was essentially where my roommate was with it, but that was one of his critiques of it, is that he didn't want to buy it or whatever. And I don't know if his opinions changed or whatnot. But I mean, yeah, I don't quite know what the creator did for 100%, but like, if they like, the game is still sexy to my knowledge, like.
Yeah, it's just, I think they just...
What's the name of the game again?
It's Stellar Blade is the game.
Stellar.
I mean, yeah. I saw some of the designs, and yeah, they're still very anime. They definitely haven't gotten rid of it entirely. But, yeah, on a personal level, like, I've never gotten on board of, like, the super sexy stuff being in video games, because, like, personally, I always find it weird that when that's included, because it always feels very out of place, to be honest. Because it's like, why the hell are you suddenly putting porn-adjacent content into my whatever game? I think it's mostly like action-based games.
Okay, so out of curiosity, because I was like, okay, what got censored? I googled just Stellar Blade censorship, and I'm not like digging super deep. I'm just like looking at like before and after pictures that are labeled before and after in Google Images, and like there's this one where she's basically in like what would be like a one-piece swimsuit, but it's like really narrow in the groin area, and then it's like a super deep V for her classic, cleavage, and then
the classic slingshot one.
Yeah, and then the updated one has her have like and it's still like a lingerie like frilly top underneath the top part, so there isn't as much, like the cleavage isn't as deep. There's still cleavage, and as I said, what they did to like cover the lower cleavage is they put like a frillier thing there, and then they widened it so now the bottom is more what you would be a standard like one-piece swimsuit. And I'm like, that's not a whole lot, like that's whatever. Like if you want your game to be sexy, I still think she looks fine in the one. And yeah, those are basically like the most of the pictures I'm seeing are like,
it's probably the most like,
there's these really skimpy outfits where there's a lot of like cleavage or like a lot of like skin in the center of her body that's very open, and they did some, it looks like they did some edits to like add just like strips to like make it just a little less. Like another one here has I don't know what you'd call this outfit. A shoelace kind of like design down the center, so like basically the whole center of her outfit doesn't have anything covering her skin, so like her nipples are covered, but like the whole inside of her boobs and her entire cleavage were visible in the original, and they added a strip across like the bottom part of the cleavage again, so that it's not like the whole boob is exposed, it's just like the top half of it instead. And I'm like, that's super minor, I guess. Like, I don't know. If this bugs you that they changed this, I think you're getting butt hurt over the wrong things. And there's some clear like people who are going way too hard about being mad at this. Like one person has a picture here that's like patch 1, and it's the original outfit, then patch 1.02, which is like the slightly less cleavage version, and then they have patch 1.03 in which she's in a burqa. And I'm like, if you think that's what this is, you're stupid. I'm sorry. That is a very big leap.
Well, that's
to
the
go from they put a slight fabric over this like half the cleavage, so there's just like half as much cleavage as there was, versus like she's fully in a burqa where literally all you can see is her eyes. Like,
well, that's part of the reason why I put up a lot of these topics is that basically I just put a bunch of topics on my list so that we could laugh at internet idiots.
I mean, yeah, I am like I do want to see more because like the outfits I've seen that
You're
were
being
quote unquote
seduced by the
censored.
boobs of the anime. They've
So,
got you. You're in
and
the
maybe
bear
these are
trap
just like
of
the
sex.
quote unquote thumbnail worthy ones, but like the outfits I'm seeing in the like before and after images on Google, and I'm just, as I said, I'm just on Google Images. I'm not digging too deep into this. I don't give that much of a fuck to dig like super into it. I'm just looking at what comes up on Google Images for the before and after pictures, and like I've only seen 2 different outfits, and I know this game has a lot of outfits, but I've only seen 2 different outfits right now that are before and after. I'm sure there's more than 2. Like, there probably is more than 2 that are censored, but like the before and after images I'm getting here of this game's character, there's 2. And
Also,
that's it.
on the note of the thing you said, I mean, does an idiot out there seriously think that whoever's developing this game is going to be spending an inordinate amount of time making 8 progressive designs of their same character?
I mean, I know there's a lot of outfits in this game. Like, in this Google search, there's several just like 1 images that came up that are of an outfit. I just don't know if that outfit is censored in any way, shape, or form because it's just the 1 outfit, right? It doesn't. It does. They don't have a before and after, so like if this image means nothing to me, right? So I'm just scrolling past it. So as I said, there might be more than these 2, but the only ones I can seem to find of a before and after are
Because I know that that's obviously the joke. Like, they're being hyperbolic to make a point, but the point that they're trying to make is completely fucking wrong. Because, like, even if you're being hyperbolic, like, the point you're trying to say is that you think they're going to make a bunch of progressive designs because you think they're going to keep getting shit about this over and over and over again, because that's completely insane.
Boy, this is the most minor of. So I decided to change the Google search to be more specific because I just had like Stellar Blade censorship, right? I didn't have the words before and after. So I decided to type in the words before and after to see if I could find a few more outfits. And I found another one, and holy fuck, if I thought the other ones were minor, this one takes the cake. So it looks like it's a swimsuit. I don't have the front of the outfit in this before and after. However, the person who did this before and after was kind enough to put arrows, because if they didn't put these arrows, I don't know if I would have spotted these differences. And so it's like a bikini, and she has like
this thing. Because I might as well examine everything.
But yeah, so and maybe part of this change just has to do with gravity, like physics in the game, but because 2 of the changes to the swimsuit is on the back of the swimsuit, where the swimsuit is tied together, the bows are perfectly parallel with the ground on the original. Like the bows go in a straight line, and now the bows droop. Like they droop as it like a bow would if you had a bow. And then the other change to the outfit, which is the only actual change that changes, is that the bikini bottom is slightly wider, but it's still like you still see like a very huge amount of her ass. Like it's just like slightly wider, so there's just like slightly less ass, like exposed skin, and that's it. Like if someone showed me, if I like walked past like a woman wearing the bikini on the right, like I would still call that bikini super sexual and super sexy. Like, I mean, the bottom is not a normal bikini bottom to be like whatever. So I'm still looking to see if I can find them more. There's this one outfit that keeps showing up, but they don't have like a before and after. So like it's bothering me because I'm like, clearly there's a before and after to this one, that this one keeps coming up. It's like a Chinese dress one, and my guess is they are. Oh, okay. I found one that it's hard to see how they did the before and after. So before it was like the Chinese dress, so you know, that short. I don't really know what to call it other than like Chinese dress, but it's like a short dress. I've seen like characters in fighting games like Chun-Li and stuff wear this.
Yeah, I was gonna say the Chun-Li dress, but I can't remember when she actually wore it outside of the Street Fighter movie.
But like the change for it, the change for it was they added tights. Or they added like leggings. So she's wearing the dress, and in the original her legs are completely bare. And in it looks like the redone version, she's got like black, like stockings / leggings / you know, whatever you call them.
Yeah, I'm sorry you're not gonna be able to see the VJ in your fucking action game. Calm the fuck
down. And like, I mean, literally all it is the skin of her legs. Like the same amount of leg is exposed. It's just instead of seeing like the you know, the white of her skin, you're seeing the black of these stockings. And maybe this is just me talking, but I find the stockings version just sexier, because like, I don't know, there's something to be said about, and I forget, there's a line from something, but there's like,
well, I get what you're trying to say.
There's a difference between just being naked and then like having like certain things. Like you can so being flat out naked can be less sexy than certain outfits because of like how the outfits work.
Apparently we found this statue in the statue's tits.
Nice. Perfect.
I don't even know how that works.
Conversation.
It's a fucking statue. How does that work? We need to specifically model this fifth copy of the statue to have a statue hole in the cleavage. It's the only way.
The only other outfit I keep seeing now. So I think I'm seeing like all the outfits, and it looks like it's like 4. I think I found 4 outfits now. So thanks to me typing in before and after, I found 2 more outfits. But there's still a lot of outfits that I'm seeing that are just still images. One that I'm really curious about, because at least from what I know of the game, I'm pretty sure this is the base outfit, like the default outfit. I keep seeing that one come up, but that also could just be because if you use like the main design of your character for like a thumbnail on this topic, then that's gonna come up. So like I just keep seeing the girl in the main outfit. I don't know if the main outfit's different. I haven't seen like a before and after of it. But like, holy butts, if you're mad about this, you're stupid. Like I'm just gonna say that. Come at me. I don't give a shit. It really doesn't matter. It's so minor. Like, whatever.
Well, I did want to bottom line this by saying I don't have a problem with you personally saying you want the sexy shit in your video games. I don't have a problem with you wanting that.
It's still sexy.
But it's like for me, I've always found it is very odd. I'm not saying that, you know, it should be taken away and segregated. If you want games to have clothing destruction features like the third birthday, go ahead. But like we said, if you're gonna put that on your marketing, you're probably gonna start losing a few people.
Yeah, that's my guess for why it happened, is they want to try to appeal to more people. Because yeah, I was gonna say, if we want a good example of
I think the third birthday was a perfect example of just...
Yeah, no, the third birthday is a good example. I will agree with that.
Do you have a better one?
Well, like something that comes to my mind of like if you wanted a game that's like really big with like the clothes tearing off as you fight, I'm sure there are literal pornographic games on Steam that like have those elements involved, and like I mean maybe that's too much for you, those people, but like my point is that's a market, and as Jeff said, like those games are, you know, not like it's got its own demographic, and it's not gonna sell as wide because of it. Like a porn game isn't gonna sell as wide. So my guess is because of the backlash, this company chose to tone it down, and I still think all these outfits are sexy. So you know, when you're getting mad that the girl in the game is no longer sexy or whatever, I think that's a little too much. But like,
ready to summon a demon.
the the game, like, you know, if they're wanting to reach a wide audience for the game, I understand why they toned it down, because yeah, some of the original designs are a little much, and you know, as I said, they only toned it back a little bit.
I thought the statue
like,
was supposed to go in there.
Like, I don't know, I would probably feel skeezy playing, like, I mean, I probably still feel a bit skeezy playing the way it is now, to be honest, but like, that's fine. I wasn't probably gonna buy this game even if, like, it was not sexual at all. It's just, you know, as I mentioned earlier, I've kind of not been into a lot of genres lately, and this would be one of those genres. But yeah, no, this seems really ridiculous to get super mad about. Like, I get being like, yeah, no, like, it's problematic, and like the reason it got the criticism it got originally, and like, yeah, if the game developers toned that down in the hopes of reaching a wider variety of people and getting more people to buy the game, that's their choice. Otherwise, they could have let it stand and they could have sold maybe less copies, and that also could have been the choice.
I think I need to put it on the disc.
But yeah, so I
have solved the puzzle of the creepy.
I pulled up now. I got curious because I do kind of want to find just a number of how many outfits were changed. So I pulled up. I just pulled up the first article that I think came up with my Google search, and I'm gonna see if I can just find the number because now I'm curious about the number. It's not a very long article.
And now it doesn't even. I was gonna come with a dramatic phrase.
The article's not even that long.
Dark caverns of western Pennsylvania. I better save state just in case, like, I don't know, a rock kills me. I did get the black cloak. There's a dead dog, or at least a sleepy dog. So this is a fair puzzle, if I can make this work. I don't know how I make this happen.
I do like this line. Any discussion about censorship immediately devolved into feral screaming and pointing to supposedly incriminating screenshots like Phoenix Wright filing an objection. It quickly became difficult to know which of the costumes had actually changed and which were fake screenshots from bad faith people.
Yeah, it's almost like it was a discussion on the fucking internet with culture war idiots.
It's from the images I saw, whether they were real or not. And as I said, I only found 4. Maybe there's more in the real game. I don't know. But, like, oh my gosh, were they minor? They were so minure.
And yeah, handle an additional 5 inches.
They likely did it. They likely did it to try to. They likely did it to maybe try to reach a wider audience, and like that's whatever. Like, okay, cool, whatever.
Can I use this on you?
I think both versions of each outfit I saw were definitely sexy, and
okay, I'll try and make you stand up then.
I don't think it's needed in games, so I'm not gonna get mad that they changed it. You know, they chose to do it. Blah blah blah.
How do I do this? Do I need to use it on, like, the dog and, like, somehow... Because I know what the puzzle is, and it's pretty clever. I just don't know how to, like, implement the puzzle. Because she has no prompt on herself. Will you stop doing that? I'm tired of you climbing up like that. Anyway, continue.
Interesting. So apparently there's at least another outfit I haven't seen, because someone said according to this article there's a holiday bunny outfit that got changed, and I'm not sure if this quote they have is from that, but someone said, like, and here's the thing they wrote again with what it was, change was, they said,
I found the puzzle.
The game was updated in the game's first patch to include a sports bra and boy shorts for a little added modesty. In the original version,
what?
Left very little to the imagination. Some people were very upset about this for reasons that will be utterly perplexing to anyone who isn't terminally online. Good job, writer of this article. Way to just bash people who are getting mad. Because as he said, it added a little modesty. Little added modesty. Now, given, I will state this. Sports bra, boy shorts. Apparently that they added. Remember how earlier I said something about how, like, there are outfits and things you could do to outfits that, in my opinion, are more sexy than just like what would be just stark naked. I do think, you know, sports bra and board shorts in the right combination, you know, I think there's like a tomboy outfit that is in a lot of video games that I'd call pretty sexy. And if that's how they changed it to be more like that tomboy outfit that's in a lot of games, I'd be down. That sounds hot. Whatever. But yeah, so those are the only 2 costumes they were able to confirm so far.
They were the ones that got into the marketing.
So they have 2 outfits in this article, and the one outfit I don't think I saw because they call it a holiday rabbit bunny suit. So I don't think I saw that one. But yeah, so all right, cool. They did stuff. I mean, if you're mad, you're mad, I guess.
You can just be mad and wrong on Twitter for, I don't know, 2 days, and then
I mean, that's the internet.
That's the internet. I mean, head up your ass.
Someone will get mad eventually. You know, they'll get mad about something else eventually. You know what? To bring up something that $5 says if it happens, the internet gets mad. Because this is something that in my head I'm like, oh shit, the internet would get mad about this too, and it's something I brought up earlier. Let's say Thousand Year Door, when it comes out, has the original Japanese text translated to English this time, and instead of it being the original English version that had changed stuff, and Vivian's trans, I bet you there's a sect of the people on the internet who get really fucking mad, not realizing that she was trans in the original Japanese version, and said they just shoehorned in this for politics.
No,
I bet you that's the thing that happens. That's why I'm like, if they did it, like, claps to them, because, like, in today's society, that is gonna catch random people, like, mad. Like, and if it catch them mad enough, fucking random politicians are gonna start talking about it, because that's the thing that always happens now with random shit.
It'll just get like a subsection on Fox News somewhere, and that'll probably be it. I can't imagine that politicians could be like, what the hell are you talking about with these video games?
I mean, it depends on what it is. So,
this goddamn video game.
Because yes, I will agree that a lot of things, no matter what, whoa, weird, gross, giant baby thing.
And it's going.
Like a toad. It looks almost like a toad.
Okay, apparently panic button presses are gonna happen. I don't really know what to click on. I'm just gonna click the X button and hope I don't die.
Well, you got up from that panic one right there.
Oh, jump in!
So
get your fucking
here's believe it or not, one of the reasons why I could see it getting big enough for politicians to talk about. One, it's trans related, and that's like the big target that Republicans are targeting right now. Like that's the people they're attacking as harshly as they can at every given opportunity. 2, Mario is a kids game.
No.
Right? Mario is seen as a kids game.
And
what is one of the things they try really, really, really hard to pressure when they comes to their trans talking points? That the left is transing kids, right, Jeff? That's a thing they always say. The left is transing kids, and that they're targeting kids and grooming, whatever. So because a Mario game is gonna have a trans character in it, I could see right wing, because everybody knows who Mario is. Like it's a simple enough thing that I could see a politician bringing it up because everybody knows who Mario is. And, you know, I don't think they're going to get all that, like, you know, Fox News won't even. If Fox News does anything about it, which, yes, they would be the first ones to do it before, like, individual politicians start bringing it up. But, like...
Okay, so I'm going to need to save when we get to that stage.
The frog guy?
I mean, that was
But
a
yeah,
pretty
I could
creepy
see it. I
monster.
could see it. I'm curious. But like, props to the localization team if that does happen, because like, damn, that is gonna now that we said it
Well,
and talked about like other shit, that is gonna blow up for stupid people on the internet.
Well, we
And
still need
because
to.
it's Mario and Mario's such a widely known thing, I feel like when people who don't even know video games hear about it, they're gonna jump on board and start yelling too, which means it could get really bad.
Well, we still need to wait for it to actually happen.
It's true. It comes out 23rd, I believe, a couple days after my birthday.
Yeah, it's probably pretty recent. Or coming up quickly.
No, I know. I looked it up the other day. It is the 23rd.
I mean, you're the one who's excited for it, so that makes sense.
I am.
Get to enjoy the nice, I don't know, additional 2D, 3Ding of the game. I don't know how to describe it. Where it's like, it's got
It
more
just pops
depth
more.
to it.
Yeah, I was gonna say it just pops more is how I describe it. There were a couple shots I saw today. Today's like the only day I actually had like free time that I actually like kind of looked into it in more detail. It started because I think I just like happened to. Oh, I think it came up on a TV trope. I was reading, so I got bored the other day, and I just started reading like a vast number of TV tropes. That's where I came across the word of Dante and the word of
Okay,
Saint Paul.
stated this time.
So I started reading all these random TV tropes, and I think I was looking at examples of these tropes, these different tropes, because tvtropesweb.org, great website, has like examples of this, and I think I came across. I came across the trope called "She's a Man in Japan." So there's a trope called "She's a Man in Japan."
Just like a lady. What's the song? Lady wears dude's clothing. Oh, man who look.
Dude looks like a lady. Dude looks like a lady, which is also a name of another trope. By the way, dude looks like a lady is another trope. No, so she's a man in Japan is specifically when like countries censor or like change for whatever random reason the gender of a character.
Okay,
so for one reason or another, the character's gender just flops and to the opposite one. And I was reading the examples of it in video games because like that's one of the categories that I'm like always kind of curious, because like video games are longer, and I feel like there's, for specific tropes, I feel like there's going to be a lot less of them than there are going to be other things. Like, you know, I expect anime for this trope to have a very large amount of things that got changed, right, for this trope. But video games, I was curious what video games got changed.
I fucking look up how this is supposed to work, because I don't know if I save myself into a dead end where I just don't have the health to make it.
No idea.
I mean, if that is how it works, that's gonna be probably just gonna go to a long play at that point, because we're like right at the end of the game.
Right? But yeah,
And I did not save anywhere. Clock tower panic button.
So I was reading the examples in video games, and a character that came up, Thousand Year Door came up under and She's a Man in Japan. It was not Vivian. Vivian was not the example, because Vivian is a trans woman in Japan and then just a cis woman in the original English. So her gender didn't change because she's still a girl, right? So it didn't change. However, Hooktail, all characters in the game, was the example that came up on this thing. Hooktail came up, the dragon boss, and that's because apparently all of the dragon characters in Thousand Year Door in the original Japanese version are just girl dragons, and there's no really reason for it. It's just they all are. But in the United States, as you know, you and I know, Hooktail is a boy, I think.
I actually have no idea, to be honest.
I think, well, so apparently, I think where it comes from is in the Japanese version, when you fight one of the other dragons, they make a point to bring up Hooktail and say that you killed their sister. And that's like the one spot in the game you find out Hooktail's a girl or whatever, and that's not in the English version or whatever. All I know is Hooktail was the character for this trope, and it got me. Then I remembered the game was coming out because I remember when it got announced, I was like, that looks cool. Don't know, if they'll ruin it or what. Like, I had my expectations pretty tampered when it got announced, and then I saw it was coming out. I remember when I saw it get first announced, I was like, oh cool, coming out in time for my birthday. And just a few days after my birthday, just long enough for me to see if it's worth it. But it got me thinking because I saw that, and then I asked my roommate because he's more in tune with news and stuff about this. I just casually brought it up to him. I was like, hey, are they changing Vivian's thing? Like, is that getting translated correctly for the English version?
It says that it's the B button. What did I put the B button on?
No idea. But
Okay, apparently it was the wrong button. Was that the A button? That was the Y. Okay, so it is very okay. Let me give it another shot. Ah, shit!
yeah,
I signed it wrong.
I just threw it out to my roommate who knows more stuff about games. I was just like, hey, do you know, is the 1000-Year Door game gonna be more closely translated to the original Japanese, or is it gonna be the same version? And he actually said, there's evidence that just came out recently that's showing that it likely is gonna be changed. And I was like, oh, that's super sick, because I'm all for inclusion in games.
Wait, you're climbing up now? You fell down and you're like, what? How does that work? What?
You're running, just in case.
No, I have to stare at the carnage.
Ah.
And that's how you kill a demon. You fucking light it on fire.
What did we even throw at it?
Now everything's collapsing? Anyway, I'll save.
Is it? Oh, yeah, now it is.
I guess we're getting our Resident Evil ending.
Where do we need to go?
I thought we needed to look at this button, but I think it might be that door.
I think we're just running out, I guess.
No, we're walking out.
Casually.
There's no timer on this bitch. I can do what I want.
Is there really no timer on this?
I don't know. Doesn't seem like it.
My brain says there's gotta be a timer.
Okay, button. Jennifer, can you do anything in a hurry? The entire mountain is gonna collapse on your stupid face. God, if this is actually, right at the end of the game, this is fucking reminding me of the original Alone in the Dark.
Really?
Yeah, because it ended in basically the same way. Oh, apparently everything stopped collapsing because of elevator.
Ah, yes, the elevator shaft is perfectly fine.
That's just science. Spooky elevator. I opened the ceiling. Ooh.
Oh yeah, I totally thought a monster was gonna come out of the... Oh, there he is.
There
Took his goddamn time. That's apparently all it was. I was like, I thought he was gonna come out of the elevator escape hatch.
Give me a sec. I'm gonna do a second save state, just in case I somehow manage to save state myself into a corner.
Okay.
I mean, at least Jennifer knows what she's doing. I didn't even tell her to do anything. She's just doing shit. Okay, if I turn on the clock tower, that will somehow defeat the Scissor Man.
Yeah, apparently.
Oh, apparently
she turned it on.
Apparently he's Venom.
Yeah, she turned it on, and then she just knelt down, and he just freaked the fuck out and fell off the cliff.
Congratulations, Jennifer, you survived. You are the queen of the castle. See, here's your representation. You have a 17-year-old girl.
You. I will kill you. Oh, hi, lady. What the fuck?
Okay.
Oh.
That's just how old electronics
That's convenient.
Works.
I didn't know there's a loose wire on that.
And now I'm gonna do my badass walk.
She just casually walks away.
I'm fine with that.
Doesn't go whoa.
This is how women were back in '95.
Apparently. This game take place in '95 though.
Well, I
Doesn't
don't
it
think
take
the
place
game.
in like the 1800s?
I don't think the game established a year. I just know it was released in '95.
Gotcha. I was gonna say the way they're dressed makes me think it takes place in the 1800s, but.
I mean, this walkthrough was really long. This might actually have a date in it.
I mean, my guess is at the very if they were gonna say a spot,
I'm gonna goth it up a little bit. But what did it cost me to survive this night? My 3 friends I was adopted with, my self-respect, my parents that I never had. Why was this game even called Clock Tower? Fucking Resident Evil 3's Clock Tower had more to do with the game than this one did. I don't even think that was a clock tower, I think that was just a big church.
Yeah, I don't know. This was certainly a game.
I think this was a good one. I think this is probably more of a historical curiosity than like a game I would seek out. Cause like this game being made for the Super Nintendo is pretty interesting. It's just there's like I was saying, it kind of reminded me of the original Alone in the Dark. There's not a lot to it.
I was gonna say, it's very difficult to know what's really going on at any given point in time. You're just kind of running around praying to God, so.
Yeah, that's kind of the problem with the game, is that it's mostly like Alone in the Dark. It's mostly just about running around a house. I'm not sure who Dan and or Bobby is, but I'm sure one of them was the Scissor Man.
No, the monster original was up above.
Maybe Bobby is the giant baby that we murdered.
Maybe that was the monster original design. I don't know.
So now Jennifer is gonna move on, somehow becoming Batgirl after this devastating demon night.
And then we get the Clock Tower games that I had more fun with. They're the next ones. How many Clock Tower games were there?
5?
That we played? The other ones? Did we play 2 of them? 3 of them?
No, we played 3. We didn't play 2 because Retsupre did that one, and I didn't feel
okay,
like it was.
So we only played 1, but we played the 3rd one. Is that what it was?
Yeah, because it came as kind of a recommendation for someone mentioned like it was like completely ridiculous as a game, and I was like, oh, that might be good to put on the list.
Because I did enjoy the one we played where you had like the light arrow thing. It was really bizarre. It was like, it was very unique, but I had fun. It was kind of fun. I feel like control-wise, it might have been super wonk to the point where it wasn't necessarily fun to play, or maybe that took away some of the fun that I didn't have to deal with because I just watched.
Yeah, it was very bizarre to play, and I'm like the boss fights are probably the thing I was very iffy on because like I don't know, it wasn't like Silent Hill boss fights, it was like straight up like boss fight, and that's kind of weird.
That was when the game would get weird. So it'd be like survival horror trying to evade this like murderer or whatever, right? That was the whole thing. And then we'd get to like the final part, and then she'd just randomly get the god light arrow bow, and then suddenly the game became like shoot this bitch with the light arrows to win, and that was like the weirdness to it came from like that twist to it. And I was like, this is weird. I kind of dig it. Like it looks really wonky to control to the point where it might not be fun. But it's kind of really wonk to me that there's just like this God moment where it's just like, and Jesus comes into your heart and now you can shoot the light arrows.
You've literally become a magical girl, now get it done.
Yes, so for those who are listening to us and haven't gone and watched our playthrough, when I say Jesus came to us, that's not literally what happens. Jeff is closer when he says you just become a magical girl. There's like just something, and I forget what it is, but there's like some power of light that activates in the moment of need so that we can do the boss fight, but we don't have access to that power when we're doing the rest. So then it's just like running around solving puzzles like your normal survival horror stuff.
Okay, so
and I just thought it was like a really bizarre, weird, neat kind of experience.
Yeah, I was gonna blame how ridiculous that game was. I am fully confident blaming that entirely on Capcom. They probably came in and was like, let's add all this weird shit to the game. Put it in there. We're gonna fucking get this shit off the ground, and then it fucking died.
Alright, what's another topic you had prepared?
There was the story about comedians being butthurt about wokeness again, which I wanted to laugh at a little bit.
Classic.
Some idiot said some really dumb shit about California's minimum wage increase, and then there was I don't know if you really want to talk about this one, but there was I'm not 100% sure, but I'm like 80% sure this is the person, the Christy Gnome thing that's been in the news this week.
Oh, look. I can just Google the name and then see.
Because she did an extremely stupid thing that's probably going to bite her in the ass, and...
Oh, yeah. The governor of our neighboring state.
I wanted to continue laughing at her for doing the incredibly stupid thing that's probably going to torpedo her career for a few years.
I don't know the details of it, because I just, like, saw it, and I was like, that's clearly a Republican thing. That, well, like, that doesn't surprise me that a Republican said something that dumb.
Well, I mean,
without realizing that it was going to backfire on them. Like, but yeah, she talked about how she killed her dog or something.
Yeah, I heard a little bit more detail, but you don't really need the details. Like, this is a very easy thing, and honestly, like, I know the usual thought process of, like, well, it's a red state, so she can do whatever she wants. In this particular case, I don't think that's actually going to be it, because Democrat or Republican, like, Christy better hope that she has done, like, people in her state actually like her, because Americans in general, they tend to like dogs. There's a lot of dog people just across the board, and I don't think the political affiliation on this one is actually going to save her, because, like...
I don't think so either, but...
It was either she put it in a speech about something, or she put it into a memoir that she was publishing.
I thought it was a book, yeah, from what I understand, and as I said, I've only basically seen headlines.
But I
thought it was like a book.
She, for some reason, put an anecdote in it about how she considered a dog that she had, which apparently was less than 2 years old by someone else's recollection on it. But again, this is someone from someone thing, so I can't 100% say it. Where she was like, This dog is untrainable. And rather than doing any sensible thing about it, she...
giving it to a humane society or...
She decided to take this dog out back, and she shot it in the face.
Yeah, no, I mean, so when I say that when I saw it, it didn't surprise me that a Republican said something like this.
Like, even beyond that...
It wasn't that I thought Republicans could get away with it with their fan base. I knew the moment I read that. I was like, oh, she's fucked. Like,
totally fucked.
One, that's a horrible thing to do, but two, yeah, most people in the United States, no matter what they vote for politically, like dogs. Or at least, like... even if they don't like dogs, they, like, don't like the idea of killing pets.
Yeah, this
so,
one...
like, yeah, no, you're fucked.
Like, that's why I say, like, I don't know if she's gonna... what am I trying to say? That's why I said that she better hope that, like, her constituents in other things, they actually like her, because...
Yeah, because the national, like, for her, the national, people nationally don't matter to her. It's literally just South Dakotians.
She's gonna, unfortunately, or whatever, she's gonna carry the fucking nicknames for her for quite a while.
I did not really. I mean, it doesn't surprise me that there's nicknames, but I didn't hear any of those yet.
She is going to be known as the Pet Shooty Lady for quite a while after this, and that's why... I agree with other people, where it's like, this was extremely stupid. Like, bizarrely stupid, to be honest.
Yeah, so the reason I said, like, this doesn't surprise me is because Republicans and like, as a whole, for the most part, or a very large group of Republicans, I'll say the MAGA Republicans, have a habit of saying, like, just the most outrageous things and, like, just absolutely horrible things, and typically their base just accepts it and goes along with it. So, like, fucking Lauren Boebert was like arrested for, and like we have footage of her like full on groping and like grabbing like the guy's dick and them just going at it like freaking animals in a public space. And I feel like her constituents don't care. So like my point is like Republicans think they can get away with a lot of this horrible shit that they do, but there are things that even their base won't allow, and this is one of those. But I bet in her mind she didn't think that because I don't think a lot of MAGA Republicans think much in general. Depending, there's two kinds of MAGA Republicans in my mind. There's the ones that know what they're doing and are saying it because they know it gets the base to follow them, but they don't actually necessarily believe the words they're saying. They're just doing it to get clout and to get people to follow them and shit like that. Those are your Ted Cruzes. And then there's people who I believe 100% believe the insane things they're saying, and that's your like Marjorie Taylor Greens and your Lauren Boeberts. Those people, I believe, 100% believe the statements they make. When Marjorie Taylor Greene says there is a Jewish space laser or whatever the fuck it was, I hands down believe that she believes that.
But I think the reason why just putting this out into the public space was that she thought that it would be a good thing to apply to her image. And that's why it completely...
But that she's able to make difficult choices? Is that like what she's trying to get across? Like, I don't know.
I think that she was trying to somehow get across that, you know, she's a badass and she, you know, does the shit that needs to be done with guns. And it's like...
Yeah, so yeah, like, as I was saying.
Yeah, but...
That she has the...
The thing is, like, you shot your pet dog, as untrainable as it was. Like, that's not...
No, there's no redeeming that, but like,
no,
yeah, no,
that's not what I
think we're both right when we say what she thought she was doing was making herself sound like someone who can make hard decisions, who can do the tough things, whatever. However, this wasn't a tough thing that she needed to do. It wasn't a tough decision. It was a very easy decision that she made wrong.
Yes.
When you have a decision between shooting a dog and not shooting a dog, not shooting the dog is almost always the decision you can make. There's a handful of situations where I can see if the moment, based on the story, yes, you can get away with shooting the dogs, but then you don't brag about it. So like, let's say a vicious dog is like physically attacking you in the moment. Like it almost, you know, maybe it even knocked you to the ground at this point, and for whatever reason you have a gun. Yeah, okay, you probably can get away with shooting it, and you'll be fine. Don't brag about it, but, like, you know, do it, because it's either that or the dog's going to severely hurt you or kill you, or let's say the dog is attacking a child, in which case there is then an argument of if I'm shooting the dog while it's attacking a child, I am risking shooting the child, so I don't 100% know if how you handle that situation, but, like, my point is there are moments where, like, a dog can be vicious enough that, like, yeah, I get, like, self-defense against a dog is necessary at times. However, that's stupid. On a conjoined note, cops shoot dogs a lot using the thing I just said as their explanation when it's not necessary.
No, they probably jump the gun based on very little aggression and...
So...
Yeah.
So, for example of this, I had a cousin of mine who was on probation, and cops were driving past his parents' place, where I believe at the time he was living, and they saw smoke because my uncle was, like, burning garbage or whatever, and because my cousin was on probation, they can basically just bully their way onto the property, and because cops are dicks, they bullied their way onto the property, and my uncle's farm dog was like barking at them, and they threatened, they literally, I think they ticketed my uncle and like essentially said he needed to do something about the dog or they were going to shoot it, and like the dog was just barking at them. It didn't hurt them at all. They never did shoot the dog, but, like, my point is they got really close. And then they yelled at my uncle because you technically can't be burning certain things without, like, a permit or whatever. And it was just like, very clear they just wanted to like abuse, like, throw around their weight. Like,
Yeah,
because,
yeah.
like, you drove past a place, yes, you know that a person on probation lives there, but, like, you saw smoke, and, like, where he was burning the stuff was, like, a good enough ways in that, like, from the road, you're not seeing what's happening, you just see smoke in the air if you look above the tree line. And, like, that was enough. Like, what if they were just having a campfire? Like, you're just gonna budge in on them having a campfire or something? Like,
The answer is yes.
yeah, that's my point. Is like there are cops who do stupid shit and sometimes end up shooting dogs because of it. And I have an example story from my real life where it almost happened. It didn't quite happen, but they were like dreadfully serious about shooting my uncle's dog, and they literally had no reason to be there other than they decided to be there because they wanted to bully my cousin who was not there at the time when they showed up.
Yeah, that's the other thing too, is that that's why you probably shouldn't go there on the flimsiest of reasons, because the thing that you're there to do might not even be there at all.
Yeah, no, I mean, as they said, they just decided to investigate because they saw smoke. And it's like, really? You're out in the middle of rural Minnesota and you saw smoke? Wow, I'm so surprised. Farmers burn shit all the time. like, fucking, if you saw like an ass load of smoke to the point where like a house is on fire, then yeah, okay, I can see maybe turning in and looking, but like, it's not that.
Well, we had to investigate because your house was hiding the thing that was on fire, clearly. And then you see this colossal amount
It was in
of
front of the
smoke.
house. It's just the house is a good ways away from the road, because like the closest thing to the road is like the barn and stuff, because it's a farm. So like you have to drive a ways in to get to where the actual house is. Like the house isn't visible from the road.
So you had a
But yeah,
giant plume of smoke in your backyard. We couldn't see what it was because your house is clearly hiding it, and it's like this
he was
giant
burning
fire.
his he was burning his his paper garbage. Like my uncle puts like paper plates, the stuff that comes in the mail, like a bunch of shit that just can be burned. He puts that in a separate trash can than his actual trash, and they burn it. I don't know why, like, it's a thing that people do, but they do it. I mean, my dad, he doesn't put like paper plates and stuff in it, but my dad, like all the mail and stuff that comes in and like different papers, like my dad will a lot of times both shred it and then later burn it. But like my point is, out in the country people burn stuff that like can be burned but like would fill up a trash can really fast if you have a lot of it. Like cardboard and shit and like gunny sacks, I'm pretty sure can be burned. They might have like a plastic in them that says you're not supposed to burn them, but I'm pretty sure people burn them anyway. My point is, people are burning shit out in the country. Like if you go out in the country, probably in most states, people are burning random stuff to get rid of it. And like sometimes there might be like a thing or two in it that like probably shouldn't get burnt, but like as someone who actually has like looked into and like tried to figure out like what harms the environment when for stuff like that versus what not, yes, if you burn the wrong things, they'll have a slight impact on it. However, the people who have the impact on the environment by burning things like that aren't individuals out in the country. It's corporations who are burning things at mass.
Yeah,
Most of the
usually.
pollution in the atmosphere, comes from companies, to the point that during the pandemic, because companies were halted, we saw a decrease of it. Farmers were still burning shit because they didn't have to leave their property to burn their shit. But like we saw a visible decrease of the pollution in our atmosphere during the pandemic, and that's because corporations throughout most of your and I, growing up life, they very heavily push to like for like an individualist mindset when it comes to like recycling and like that kind of thing, so that people focus more on themselves and on like their individual carbon footprint more so than they focus on what bigger companies are doing. But in reality, yes, you can have an impact, and you certainly, if you certainly should, if you can recycle, it does help. However, the biggest impact is going to be when we stop corporations from doing it. But anyway, that's the story of how cops shoot dogs. That goes with how this stupid politician shot a dog. So dumb. What was the other topic? Did you have another topic? Like we
I
jumped over a topic.
I had
This
a
one.
I had a couple more. There were still a couple other games I wanted to talk about after F-Zero. I might actually
F-Zero, Stellar Blade. This
I might just throw
the governor of South Dakota.
I might just throw the comedian wokeness one in the trash because
Do you know which comedian that was?
it was Seinfeld.
Oh, okay. Because now I'm curious what they said that got.
He decided to jump on the bandwagon of wokeness is killing comedy, and it's like the main thing
That's
I want.
certainly not true, but
It is completely not true, and ironically, they are becoming the snowflakes that they tried everyone else for being. Because again, like it's not a fucking censorship thing; it's a capitalism thing. And the bottom line of it is that it's not wokeness killing comedy. It's just that you aren't changing, and no one wants to buy your shtick as much as they used to.
yeah.
And like the thing I was gonna say is that if you want to do your offensive jokes, if you want to do your jokes about blacks or rednecks or gays, I think you should have the total freedom to do that. But on the flip,
I still think it's not really funny to punch down. But we already had this discussion once before.
That's the thing I was getting to. On the flip side, even you can do whatever fucking set you want, but the audience, they also get to decide what they think is funny. And at the bottom line, if your shtick isn't funny and you're doing offensive, stupid shit, and they just don't want to listen, that isn't wokeness killing comedy. It's just that your joke is not funny. And you should probably stop it because clearly it's hurting your bottom line. And you whinging about it being unfair is just you being like completely outside of how reality works.
And I can definitely say like comedy's not dying like on TV and whatever because like it's like so I could tell you what kind like Jerry, let me tell you what jokes that like what category of jokes do I know seem to be a goddamn good hit with young people. It's that mental health like pointing out your own mental health issues jokes that like Bo Burnham and like is it Taylor Thomas? I love her, and for whatever reason I can't remember her name. I want to say it's Taylor Thomas.
I don't know much of the current slate of comedians. Like I probably haven't watched a comedy shtick in probably 7 years.
Taylor Tomlinson. That's she has a lot of her jokes have to do with like there's like whole bits where she like interjects about like how obsessive she can get in relationships and how like she gets so paranoid about cheating and like it's on her, right? Like the joke is that she's acting dumb. She's not saying, "Oh, my partner is funny because they did this," but she makes jokes about the fact that she has to go to therapy, and like people can relate to that. I find that funny because I also have been in a lot of the similar experiences. And Bo Burnham's comedy is a very similar thing, albeit he has like a very interesting comedy that he's been doing. I guess I don't know what he's been doing lately, but I know during the pandemic he did a very interesting thing of like how and for a while he was doing it too. It just was like people didn't really catch on to it, but he was doing kind of a thing about how getting famous can destroy your own mental health. And like that was interwoven into his comedy. So there was like a cry for help within his own comedy about how his mental health was going down because of the fear of like not being liked, even though he was a very well liked comedian. Like his own personal mental health stemming from his fears of what he felt he needed to do in order to be famous and stuff. And like how internet can get really vicious and stuff like that, as we've already talked about today, how like very quickly the internet can just kind of like get super vicious, which is why yes, you really shouldn't rely on things like Twitter to tell you what is currently correct and what isn't, because no matter what side you're on, like it's vicious on like social media.
That might just
Any argument that happens is just absolutely vicious. The worst people on both sides always end up being the loudest, even
yep.
though people have time and time again realized that the second they step away from those places and start to just talk to people in real life, those individuals who seem the loudest online are the minority. But like I know his comedy had that in it. John Mulaney recently had a new stand up on Netflix that he talks about his his coming clean from rehab a few years during the pandemic, because he ended up in rehab for cocaine and other drugs during the pandemic. And he talks like like the entire stand up is all built around this narrative as he goes like start to finish of like how it all happened and like what, how like from his intervention to like his first day in rehab and like all this stuff. And it's funny as hell. And it like my point is people could do stuff. It's just I feel like the humor that's the strongest right now in comedy is when you make jokes that help you show that you are like everybody else, that you also have struggles. Like those are the jokes that seem to be really working nowadays, at least from my perspective, with the younger people.
well,
Maybe I'm just into this comedy and I feel like a lot of my friends are. Maybe I'm wrong, but it feels like a lot of these bigger named comedians that are younger. John Mulaney's probably like what, 40 something? How old is John Mulaney?
well, that might be a way of
41.
an important thing to keep in mind is that a bunch of comedy. I'm never gonna say that nothing can't work. Is keeping that relatability, and maybe that is a good reason why the old guard, more offensive, stereotypical jokes aren't landing anymore. Is that they're not relatable? Like they're kind of out.
No.
They're kind of outside what I don't know what you want to call it, like what society is thinking, and it's like now it's so disconnected that it's just not working.
Yeah. And I mean, whether Jerry was making, punching down or not, I don't actually know. I never really like I tried watching Seinfeld at one point in time. It just wasn't for me. And like the humor I remember from Seinfeld wasn't punching down. It was just a different kind of humor that I just couldn't relate to. I always think of the, and if I remember correctly, he did actually never say this. Like this is a wrongly attributed thing, and I don't even know where it even stemmed from. But like, what's the deal with airline food? Like that whole thing that's attributed to Jerry Seinfeld. It is that style of humor when you watch Seinfeld, and it never stuck with me when I was younger and I watched that. But yeah, no, so I don't know if Jerry's punching down or if he's just making jokes that just don't connect with younger people. I don't know what it is. I know punching down is a very fast way to lose younger people and get the tides turned against you. You can look at Roxanne is probably one of the biggest ones in the past while that kind of basically lost her whole career. And I say that she lost her whole career while at the same time she has now since kind of made a career about being as offensive as possible for the MAGA crowd. Like she has become the MAGA comedian and thus didn't lose her career. So even though her herself will claim she lost her career, she's doing fine. She didn't lose her career.
Well, that's the
she's certainly not relevant in the grand scheme. She's not popular in mass, but she has a crowd and is making money. That's the thing that's always funny with like the MAGA people who get really mad is they're like, they're making it so I don't have a voice, and they're like literally on national media claiming that they don't have a voice, and it's like, excuse me, you're on national media using your voice to say that you don't have a voice. Like you have a voice, it's right there. You're using it on, like you are getting mass media attention. You are getting a voice. Like stop saying you're not getting a voice.
You are the man behind the looking glass, and you don't realize it.
Right? But like so a lot of these people will claim their career is gone when in reality they're still having people go to their shows. It's just they're not the it, right? They're not the it person anymore. They're not the en masse person. Like Rose, as I said, Roseanne is doing fine.
Well, the whole
I've seen some of her most recent stuff, and it's pissed me off because she's made, as I said, she's made her career now punching down as much as possible, to essentially attack and make all of her jokes attacking the people that weren't happy with what she tweeted and all that stuff. She's made her whole career that so that she can pander to the MAGA Republican crowd.
I would imagine that even if that's like a main core of her shtick, I would imagine that even that audience would eventually get sick of it.
And I'm sure they will, but like
I don't think it's gonna go be a long-term good thing.
Not long term, but like there's nothing frickin' MAGA Republicans seem to laugh at more than those libtards, right? When you say some stupid thing about liberals or people on the left, whatever, like they've been laughing at it for like since 2016. Like it seems to work for them, at least for the time being. The important thing that we keep in mind is that while once again those MAGA Republicans seem to get into the media spotlight a lot, they are not the majority of people in the United States.
No, they're not.
Despite the fact that they like to try to claim they are, they are, if I remember correctly, like just under 1/3. From like polls and stuff has figured out that they're roughly 1/3. The problem is in a lot of the people in the middle ground. A lot of people in the middle ground are really wishy-washy, so they just kind of flip-flop who they vote for without a lot of thought. And it's those people that kind of cause MAGA candidates to win, and then eventually cause MAGA candidates to lose. So we'll see what happens in the upcoming elections. But that's not the point. Yeah, no. If your comedy's punching down, you're not appealing in mass. It's not. You're not going to get the crowds you probably used to get, and things like that.
Well,
you are still making money.
Well, it's not a conspiracy against you. It's just that you, again, don't realize this is, unfortunately, the other side of free market thought that they constantly bitch about. Is that
right.
If they don't want to hear it, they have the choice not to. And it's not a conspiracy. It's just you're an idiot.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. I agree with that. I mean, there'll probably come a time where the like mental health, the mental health jokes about self-relatability stuff maybe panders away because it starts getting a little too rough to even joke about one's own mental health because maybe people start seeing it more as a cry for help and less funny, and then they be less than laugh about it. They become more worried for the comedian. Who knows? Time will tell. I think the comedians, at least I've seen, do a good job because while they laugh at themselves, it's not like they're putting themselves down. Like they're admitting, yes, I have these problems, but I'm also working on it and it's getting better. And I'm really glad I'm going to therapy and like things like that, which is why one of the things that I think makes those comedians work, is the fact that they're not just putting themselves down. So like, talk about punching down. Then the next concern maybe would be punching yourself, but I don't think that's what these comedians are doing. But yeah, my point is eventually what is comedy will move to a different direction, and I actually will throw a concept that we'll see if down the road this works. But so millennial humor is what I'm talking about. Like that is kind of what a lot of millennials seem to like, is that like self-deprecating, kind of a punching at oneself or making jokes about oneself, a lot of times about mental health stuff and about how like fucked you are, or like how shitty shit is for you, or like how crappy you made things for yourself. Like that is a millennial style of humor. And we know this because of memes. So we can look at like memes throughout the years. It's an interesting topic. But the generation next to under millennials, the Gen Z, their memes from when they started becoming like a large portion of the people that made memes were very surreal. They got really good at making just really bizarre humor and like stuff that like you just kind of have to get it. And a lot of the times I don't get it. Sometimes I do get it enough that I'm like, I do think it's funny. But like my prime example that always reminds me, and it was one because I remember being like it was so bizarre to me that I did work and I did laugh at it, was the Grimace milkshake from like a summer or two ago. Like McDonald's came
Really?
out with the Grimace milkshake, and like all of these Gen Zers were making like this weird horror thing out of the Grimace milkshake, where like you get the Grimace milkshake and then Grimace comes and gets you, and it's so bizarre. Like I was like, where did this come from? Like where did this idea get started? Like what? This is so random, but like I found it funny because it's just like it's just a leap. It's so bizarre of a leap, but like that's a good example of just surreal humor of the generation below me. And like most of the time, I will state their shit does not work for me. Like most of the surreal stuff is just I can't wrap my head around what makes it funny. But like sometimes it lands, and yes, at the end of the day, the reason it lands is just because it's so bizarre. I can't help but laugh. Um, but that's the example that always comes to my mind because it was one that I actually like enjoyed and like stuck with me because I got a huge laugh out of it. So I was like, this is so fucking weird. What the fuck? But like, so maybe that's where humor's headed. Maybe it's headed to some weird surreal area next. And in 10, 15 years, the top comedians on TV will be very surreal in their humor, or like the top comedy shows on TV and like sitcoms will have this very surreal and bizarre element to it. And like I mean, my roommate's just a few years younger than me, but I know you and I are technically on the cusp of the line. And like, yeah, my roommate has shown me like YouTube videos that like are really bizarre and like fucking weird, and like he finds them super funny, and I'm like, I maybe can kind of get it, but this is just bizarre and like weirding me out the whole time, compared to our humor. So maybe that's where humor is headed. That's just a thought that came to my mind that kind of ties to this conversation. But yeah.
Well, it'll always change. It's just that, the people who refuse to are probably not going to do as well. But if we want to run away from this topic, the last one that I had for real world stuff was, well, there's a thing that I just wanted to say in relation to this, which is just the constant bitching about California's minimum wage increase has gotten so ridiculous that it's turned circular and really stupid. So for those who don't know, very very recently California mandated a $20 minimum wage. And all of the bitching I've seen about it has come from the restaurant industry, and I believe that is... I am perfectly confident in saying this is 100% astroturfed from restaurant lobbyists, because the only people that I've seen hit the news to bitch about it has been restaurants. Like, no other industry I've seen news and them bitching about it as much as they have. So I believe this is 100% astroturfing.
Also, that seems really bullshit to me, because you know how expensive it is to eat out? Like, they are making a lot of money. Like, there's no way you can't afford to pay your guy an hour when, like, every meal that gets bought is, like, over $20 now at most places, especially California. I imagine prices to eat out in California are significantly higher than they are here. And to eat out around here is, like, minimum 16 if you're, like, got a place that's cheap. And like if you're about like maybe out by you it's cheaper yet, but like for me it's minimum $16 to go eat out most of the times, it feels like. And then like a lot of times I feel like just getting food for myself lines up more around 20.
So one thing you should know is, to anybody who listens to this, is that don't get your news from Yahoo. Yahoo has very consistently garbage news sources. They just aggregate the stupidest, dumbest shit. Just do not... If you see anything connected to Yahoo News, just doubt it immediately. It's probably bullshit or super exaggerated. Okay, so the obvious thing happened is that, they tried to bitch and they throw up, like, these ridiculous scenarios about... And then I even saw, like, one... And they always do the dumb news shit where they probably only found like one or two examples, and they write it where it's like this one guy or this one place is doing this thing, and I'll get to my example in a bit. Or they find two people, and then they're able to write businesses are doing this, and it's like three places. Like the very dumb, like, manipulative shit. But one news story I do remember is that it was saying business shut down after the minimum wage increase, and it's like, that might be true, but honestly, if that's what it took to break your business, and underlying causes, there was something existing there before that caused you to shut down. Otherwise, you are a fucking moron, and probably both things are true. So the obvious outcome of this was that they were gonna they probably did, and they, put out in the news that they were going to. They're gonna threaten to raise all the prices. We gotta fucking afford to exist under these horrible draconian wages, and how dare everything be terrible. Okay, so they probably did raise their prices across the board because they either threatened they were going to do it and they had to, or they knew they could get away with it because people would agree to the prices because they knew about the minimum wage thing, which is typical capitalist bullshit. I'm sure you can find news stories of the obvious follow-up of this, is that restaurants are seeing orders, numbers are going down and people aren't going out as much. And so, the circular stupid part of this whole process is that they're also now putting out news stories saying the minimum wage increase is causing the destruction of the restaurant industry because orders aren't coming in as fast because we all raised our prices. And I was like, oh really? No shit, Sherlock. Do you not understand how capitalism works? Because the first thing I learned when I went into learning about business was the fucking supply and demand curve. And you want to know how that works? People don't buy as much if it's more expensive. So, congratulations! You stabbed yourself in the foot by raising prices, and now people don't want to buy as much as they used to. What a fucking novel goddamn concept that was.
Bet the places that didn't raise their prices are still making money and able to pay their employees.
This is why I wanted to laugh at this, because it is the stupidest fucking most non-self-aware shit that I've ever heard. Because clearly anyone who thinks that is either a complete bad actor and is just saying stupid shit to try and denigrate the law now. Or they just do not understand how business works, and they deserve to go out of it. Because if you cannot understand the most basic concept of capitalism, you're a fucking dipshit. You clearly do not have a brain to run a business. And you need to leave immediately. Or thankfully you have done, and let people actually know what they're doing. Fucking fill the gaps. Because, yeah, you're not getting as many orders. You want to know how you fix that? You actually run your business competitively to actually get people in the fucking door. If you're gonna be a spiteful little shithead and raise your prices artificially as protest, you better be ready for the fucking consequences. And that ain't the fucking minimum wage fault, okay? You can probably justify raising your prices. If you raise your prices too much, you're fucking gonna need to start finding other things in the bottom line to rip out of your business.
Yeah, and depending on which restaurants are complaining about this, because, smaller, more locally owned stores, I'm going to point to your thing that you said about, having to be able to run a business, very well and stuff, and manage a business properly is going to be the key thing there. However, if you're like a super large, like, national business and you claim that your chains that are there are doing super poorly, because you can't pay your employees, I'm going to tell you one thing: your CEOs already make too much, and that's where you need to cut costs. Because they don't need to be making that much money. They don't even make a ludicrous amount of money. But I don't know. I'm guessing a large number of this, or at least the people who are making the headlines enough to try to, like, because my guess is lobbyists are in the background, like those bigger companies are in the background, like pushing these smaller company narratives so that they can like make sympathy. Because I don't think the big companies bitching are going to be able to get themselves sympathy, but I think if they use their resources and to like kind of push the narrative and like try to shine lights on smaller people who are getting upset, and if they can stoke smaller people to get upset and then point to them, I think then they can essentially hide in the shadows to get what they want.
I 100% believe that a lot of these stories are being circulated by the industrial lobbyist arm. Like, it's too consistent for me to think that it's anything else. But other stories have been coming out. I just thought about this a second ago. I should. It was a related story about, business is terrible, quote unquote. God damn it! It was a really good point. I fucking lost
So,
it.
while you look into that, then I'm gonna quickly circle back to the previous topic because I decided to look up who the highest grossing comedians were of 2023. Specifically the tours. So I guess it's not TV comedians. So maybe I'm wrong here, but also a lot of these stand-ups end up on TV and stuff. So, I don't know. But so he's wrong. Dave Chappelle last year was the second highest grossing comedian. Dave Chappelle punches down. Like, I don't like Dave Chappelle because he punches down. And he was the second highest grossing comedian last year of stand-up tours. So like maybe I'm slightly looking at the wrong numbers. However, there are some big so a lot of these names have been around and have been on this like top 10 list for a while, but some of the newest names that have essentially come out of nowhere that are on this list, or not necessarily came out of nowhere, but the ones who like weren't on those lists last year and now are like not at number 10 or number 9 but like up the list, that I would consider the comedians I'm thinking of. Taylor Tomlinson is number 7. She's the number 7 most grossing comedian right now. And then Nate Bargatze, I think that's how you pronounce his last name. I don't remember. I've seen a couple of his shows with a friend of mine on TV and stuff, and I think he's pretty funny. And he's also up here as number 5. So there's those, and then there's like a handful of comedians that like very well could be in the category that I'm thinking of, like the comedians I would like. I just don't know enough about them to say for sure, because there's like a couple of the comedians on here I don't recognize the name of, but that's just because like either they haven't been like super famous long enough that like I've heard of them. But number 1 and number 2 I've of course heard of, and number 1 being Kevin Hart and number 2 being Dave Chappelle.
Kevin Hart's still out there and being the most popular.
Yeah, I personally don't think either of them are that funny. I don't actually know off the top of my head if Kevin Hart punches down or not. I just never found anything of his funny. So,
I remember, I think I've seen a couple of his older shows, and they were pretty good.
And then another name that's older and been around for a while. Number 9 is Adam Sandler.
Ouch.
Is number 9 from last year. Now this is specifically ticket sales. This is box office ticket sales for your stand-up tours. So it might not be the best way to gauge it. But there are they do bring up Bo Burnham's genre and form bending got him also really high up and making money. They have written here, he's not in the top 10, but his name does come up in the article of the top 10. And they bring up how he bends genre and like does these, he does this weird like both sad, like there are sad moments to stuff that Bo Burnham says, and it's still funny at the same time. Like that stuff he does has gotten him pretty popular, and stuff like that. And stuff like that. So yeah, out of this list, Bo Burnham's the. Oh no, is John Mulaney on this list? No, John Mulaney's not on this list. John Mulaney's not on this list, but his name also shows up in the article. Um,
They're just prepping you to see his successful name in the future.
but I mean, so one of the reasons why they say, in part, astronomically rising ticket prices for stadium acts are creating a bigger gap between the biggest touring musicians and comedians who have stayed longer to more conservative pre-pandemic prices. Routing is also key. John Mulaney, Sebastian Maniscalco, I'm not familiar with his work, and Hassan. Oh, I recognize this guy's name or this person's name. I guess I'm pretty sure Hassan's the guy's name. Minhaj had much lighter schedules, so they didn't have as many shows, which is reasons why they might not be. I did also pull up a list of, it's not highest grossing, but I found a list of just like a ranking website of like the top funniest comedians of 2024, and you can like actively vote on this website. Dave Chappelle is number one on this list. Bill Murr, I'm not super familiar with his stuff, number two. Nate Bargatze is number three. Ricky Gervais, someone I really don't like, is number four. And Ricky Gervais does punch down. He also punches up, so there's still that.
Oh, come on. You can't shit on Ricky Gervais.
No, I don't like Ricky Gervais.
Boo. Boo. How can you hate
He
the most
punches
British
down.
man ever?
Because he punches down. He's made cheap shots at the LGBT and trans community, and I think he literally could have just replaced those jokes in his act with better ones, and he would have been better off for it. I think they were really cheap jokes to get a cheap laugh. Like cheap and easy laugh from more rural areas. Louis C.K. same thing. Louis C.K. is number 11 on this list.
He's still in the business?
I mean, this isn't based on like numbers, so this isn't like sales numbers or anything. This is just like you can vote on this website for, number, like who you think the top comedians are. So like I can click up and down to vote right now to affect these numbers. But John Mulaney is number 10. Louis C.K. is number 11. Chris Rock is number 8. Another person who's gotten fired from the media. Like, there's been big media stuff around Chris Rock, and while we're at that, there's also been big media stuff around Dave Chappelle. So like, my point is, these people who like if Jerry Seinfeld wants to claim he's getting canceled because the libs are ruining comedy, I'm gonna point to Dave Chappelle, who's gotten under fire for stuff, and Chris Rock, who gotten fired under stuff. And I mean, Dave Chappelle's still making good money. He is, according to last year's numbers, the top touring comedian. Or not, he's not the top, he's number 2. Kevin Hart was number 1, I forgot. I had to go back and look. But like, my point is, like, these people are still considered funny. Whether that will hold like in the years to come and we start seeing them drop a little bit might be, because like a lot of these names, when I scroll down the list, are like names that have been in comedy for like the last decade or two. They've been like very prevalent in some of the biggest names in comedy for like the last decade or two. Boy, Daniel Tosh, I mean, he's to number 23, so like he is a ways down this list. But Daniel Tosh, I didn't even realize he was still around. Last time I heard his name was a very long time ago.
Yeah, that was fucking ancient by these standards.
But yeah, so as I said, I'm gonna take the which ones made the most money as a better criteria than this voting website where like literally anybody can vote. And like, you literally just have to be a person who chooses to go to this website. And I don't know how many younger people are going to websites like this versus like how many like older people on Facebook are coming across websites like this and clicking on them from there and things like that. So like, this could be skewed. Like the people who are being pulled could be skewed into a certain wage area versus not.
Pretty
but
bullshit.
As I said, the one I feel is the stronger is the like, look who made the most money last year, like based on ticket sales and stuff. I feel like that's a strong way of doing it. And yes, the names that are at the top are names that have been around a while. However, the newcomers to the list that jumped spots and are like not in like dead last are people that I like, and I think that shows that maybe there's more money, and in the future it's gonna start moving towards them. That's your Taylor Tomlinson and your Nate Bargatze. I think that's how you pronounce his last name. I don't know. I haven't seen too much of him. One of my favorite comedians right now is Taylor. Taylor's so funny, but
if you want to fucking listen to a shock jock, I'm sure there's gonna be one for you in every time period.
Yeah, that's fair. Like, my point is, these people aren't going anywhere. They're still going to be making money. Whether they're number one in like 5 years, we'll see. Also, though, as this own article of the top 10 points out, the bigger your name is, the higher you can charge, and the higher you charge, the easier it is to get on this list. So there is that, right? If your tickets are stupid expensive because you're Kevin fucking Hart, like, I understand why Kevin Hart's number one. Because, oh, cool, they actually have the number of shows and the number of tickets. So now I can actually compare that. Who made the most money per... Because, like, if you have less tickets sold but are high up on the list, that might mean something. So Dave Chappelle, for example, in number 2, sold 254,000 tickets for 19 shows to gross $36.6 million. However, going down the list... there are people with more shows and more tickets, but just for less money. Like Nate Bargatze, he sold 330,000 tickets, which is just 20,000 shy of being 100,000 more than Dave Chappelle, and he did 113 shows and grossed $20 million. So he grossed like $16 million less, but he did a lot more shows and has sold more tickets. So, like, if his prices were to go up, or if his tickets become, he starts selling even more tickets, there's a chance he could jump higher up on the list. Let's go look at Taylor while we're at it. So Taylor made a surprisingly low amount of money for the number of tickets. She sold just shy of 300,000 tickets. She sold 296. Boy, girl's a workhorse. 132 shows last year? Jesus Christ. Adam Sandler's on this list and he did 15. Holy shit.
Who doesn't want to pay $500 to watch Adam Sandler?
I wouldn't. But, like, my point is, like, Adam Sandler's on this list and only did 13 shows. So that shows how expensive his tickets are. Meanwhile, she did 132 shows.
Well, he's got to make 10 movies this year that are all garbage.
Which, yes. So both newcomers and the people I like are the people who did the highest number of shows last year, which shows that their tickets are probably the cheapest of all these people, that they needed those numbers. But the fact that, like, even with cheap tickets, they were able to, like, sell enough seats. Now, given they did do an astra load number of shows compared to the others, because, like, some of these people did, like, most of these people did, like, less than 30 shows. Meanwhile, the two people I like, Nate Bargatze and Taylor, Nate did 113 and Taylor did 132. So, like, compared to, like, how many did Kevin Hart? I feel like Kevin Hart does a lot of shows. Okay, yeah, Kevin Hart did 82. That's a lot compared to some of these people. Because, as I said, a lot of these people only did, like, under 50. And I think Adam Sandler is the one on this list that did the least. He only did 15 shows and still made $14 million. Hold on. Okay, so he sold... His numbers might be very easy to figure out his ticket prices. Okay, so one ticket to see Adam Sandler, it looks like it's $100. Likely to be $100 to see a show, because he sold 141,000 tickets and his ticket sales are 14.2 million. So that is almost exactly $100 per ticket to get that number.
Yeah,
albeit hold on, I need, and this is where you come in handy because I don't necessarily know all the business terms. Gross. Is gross after you take out cost or before you take out cost?
No, gross is before.
Okay. So then yes, then his tickets would be 100 because I was like cost would come out of those tickets, so like the tickets would have to be more than 100 if that's the profits after. But so okay, yes. So that's where I was like I don't ever remember this. I just know that as long as you're measuring everybody on the same playing field, you're still measuring them right. At least in terms of, you know, for stuff like this. Given, you know, if you want to figure out how much money Taylor herself made, you know, you'd have to look at cost versus price of tickets then, because like she herself might not have gotten most of the ticket sales compared to like some of these bigger names. I'm sure got a lot more percentage of the ticket sales
Yep.
than like the venues did and stuff like that. So yeah, anyway.
So you're ready to run away from the real world and get back into games?
Yeah, now we can move on to the other topic. Did you figure out the thing you were trying to find for the
No, I didn't. I just threw that out of my head.
Okay.
It's just you know, if you don't want to be competitive, don't sit here and complain about me about your top guy making $5 million.
Yeah, no, if your top guy's ever making a ludicrous amount,
But
you know, you're already doing that wrong.
But I did play a couple of more games, surprisingly, considering F-Zero was actually kind of short. And the another one that my spinning wheel had done was the mysterious Murasame Castle, which ironically was also I think the first console game that Human Entertainment ever made. I think it had a consistent assist trophy of the Japanese guy in the white samurai robes throwing diagonal sides everywhere.
Oh, yep. Okay, now I know what you're talking about.
So I played his game, and unfortunately I played it because it was Japanese non-exclusive on the 3DS eShop. And I would say that if you want to play any sort of a retro game, do not play it on the fucking 3DS. It was terrible. Because you're playing it on the top screen of 3DS and you do not have a lot of screen space. It is a viciously difficult NES game. Like, to the point where I think I was literally save stating on every single screen in the game. Minimum. And it's a pretty simple game for the NES. It's just a ninja dude who, I don't even think he's in white robes for most of the game. I think he's blue for most of it. He's just going down to Japanese corrupted castles and taking out their I don't know, maybe their shoguns.
That'd be my guess.
Until it ends in the typical way that NES games do, where the corruption was tracked down to some sort of colossal alien monster that you also had to kill.
I like the fact that that's a thing we all know. Yes, it's an NES game. The final boss is a giant alien.
That and Contra and Ninja Gaiden. It's just always aliens. I would probably only recommend it as a historical curiosity on emulator because, like I said, it is viciously difficult and very unfair. But it's a lot more direct of a Zelda-like game. It's got weapon upgrades and, you know, different enemies doing different things. It's got some environmental stuff, hazards and whatnot. But it also has invisible guardian enemies, which is kind of bullshit. I think it was just fun to see where that character came from and where his diagonal attacks made any sort of sense. But after that, I spun up, of all things, Chibi Robo, which is a game from my childhood. I played that back when I was probably a very early teenager. So I definitely had fond memories of that game because the original Chibi Robo, it is technically a franchise. It's put out 4 or 5 games. I think it's 5, but one of them is Japanese exclusive.
Yeah, I know there's more than one. I don't know too much about it, but I do know they are well received or well liked. Like it has its fan base.
Yeah, I mean the original.
I never played one, but
the original is very charming. It's definitely like a kid's adventure game. Like it's got a pretty low bar of entry. It's an adventure game that isn't like nonsensical. And that's definitely because the house has like just 7 rooms in it. It's pretty easy to get things done. I do call it more of an adventure game. It does have work sim stuff in it, but when you break it down, like, the ultimate goal of the game is to do the Giga Robo quest, not the actual work. The work helps you get upgrades, but it's not the actual focus of the game, and it is very charming, it's very weird. It falls in the vein of just Japanese weird stuff. And
Yeah.
it holds up for me. It's also, if you want to get it in real life, very hard to get because unfortunately Chibi Robo, like you said, is a charming game that people like and remember, but they didn't sell very well, so there's actually not a lot of copies to go around in the market.
Right. It is a niche, a more of a niche. It got its niche audience, and then yeah, people who wanted to get into it later, I have more trouble because it was one of those things where in the West it was harder to sell like a general audience on it. Like I remember thinking it looked like a weird game, maybe it's fun, I don't know, but like yeah, so. I can definitely see how getting copies of it are hard. There's a handful of games that like are surprisingly hard to get to. I know Xenoblade Chronicles, like the very first one for the Wii,
Really?
was sort of hard for me to get, and I had to pay I think $70 or $80 for the one I finally did find
Yeesh.
at a GameStop. So
Oh,
I had
at
to
a
pay more
GameStop.
than it would have been new at the time because it was kind of that kind of rare of a game. Now, given it wasn't like Radiant Dawn, where some of those early Fire Emblem games before Fire Emblem took off in the West, those games are absurdly expensive. Or Pokemon Coliseum, the game that I'm forever mad that I gave away. I gave Pokemon Coliseum to a cousin of mine because Kid Me had too much difficulty with it, and now that game is worth like a fuck ton of money, and I would probably love the shit out of it had I played it today, but like I gave it away, and by the time I realized I should try to get it back, that cousin had already long since gotten rid of the GameCube stuff, so it
Oh,
it was gone, and I couldn't get it, so
couldn't
just
buy
kind of
back.
rip me, but yeah, no, there's these games that at the time didn't have the audiences that people thought because they didn't appeal to the wide enough crowd, and later became kind of these bigger things because the small communities that did play them helped to voice them, and then as well as eventually some of them got a big hit, like I think Xenoblade got big because of its fandom, and then also Shulk being in Smash.
Yeah, yeah,
Um,
yeah.
Fire Emblem, I don't actually know if I'd say Fire Emblem got big because Fire Emblem was in Smash. Because Fire Emblem was in Smash during the time of the GameCube games, and those didn't sell crazy. Um, the
Well,
game that
the
came
character
to my knowledge that blew up Fire Emblem is Awakening. So
the characters from Smash, I mean, obviously franchise, but they're not even in the games that were available.
isn't Roy like while not playable in the game that his son is the main character
Um,
of that's in the US, or am I not? Is that wrong?
I, I don't think so. I think
Okay.
he's mentioned because obviously father, but Adel, whatever his name is, like Roy too. I mean, he's the protagonist.
Yeah, because Roy, I know we didn't get both of them. We just got the sequel, and that was our Fire Emblem. But
Yes.
in Japan, it was the first one, and then the sequel was Roy's son, and that was our first Fire Emblem.
I don't think.
So yes, you're correct, and we eventually got Marth's game
Yes,
on the
yes.
was it the DS or the 3DS? It took a while before Marth's game got
I
ported, but it got like remade or something.
I think the remake slash port, I'm not sure,
I'm
was
not sure
brought out
what
in
it is either.
2009.
So DS.
I would believe so. I don't think it had any 3D capability whatsoever.
I feel like if it was the 3DS, I'd probably own it. Because I feel like I went out of my way eventually to seek out, like after the fact. It took me a while. Like I don't remember how much I paid for the remain. Like at the time, I only owned Awakening, and I think Three Houses had already come out, and I decided to go back before like the 3DS completely died out, and I went and I got copies of the uh the one with
Fates?
if I got the Fates ones. The DS, I did not get the DLC like third story one of Fates. But I got the two different, like the Conquest and the other one, and then I also got the one where you have Ulm and why can't I think of the name of that one? It's probably my favorite one from a mechanical standpoint.
Do you mean Echoes?
Yeah, Echoes. With Ulm's one of the main characters. It's Ulm and
Celestia.
I want to say Cecilia.
She has
but yeah, I'd have
really
to go. She has a C name, and it's a very pretty name.
She's the thirsty character.
I mean, not exactly. She's like a priestess girl. Shadows of Valentia. See, my brain was like, it's a V. The name is a V name. It's Shadows of Valentia. And her name is, because now I have to go look. Celica. Almond Celica are the two main characters.
Celica pulls the dumbest move ever when she meets the demon.
But yeah,
she's like, just have my soul, don't kill my boyfriend.
Yeah, I'll eventually have to play through that game all the way through. It was fun.
Celica's not smart.
I want to say it might be out of all the ones I played, maybe not story. I remember really enjoying what was in it, but like for some reason I couldn't get through the entire thing, and I don't remember why.
I think the characters are better than the story.
Then maybe it was the characters. I just remember really liking this one, despite the fact that I've only ever finished one Fire Emblem game, and it's
I could see people liking it.
The only one I finished is Engage.
Gagio.
And I had a lot of fun with Gage's mechanics.
But
the story is whatever.
Fucking that character was a fucking wet blanket.
I was gonna say there was characters in that game I liked. There are characters in that game that I liked, but the game as a whole, I was like, yeah, okay, whatever.
He got turned into a zombie and just came back to life anyway. I remember that. I remember laughing about that. He got killed like 3 times.
It was only the once, but
God, that was ridiculous.
I also, if Three Houses micromanagement didn't eventually wear me down to the point that I didn't finish it, Three Houses probably would have been my favorite, because there's so many fun characters in Three Houses now, given it just has a very large plethora of characters and has the whole like school dynamics and stuff.
It's like probably second best for me.
Well, like Three Houses has a lot of like the micromanaging between stuff. And like I can do that for Persona, but I think it's because Persona, I feel like while you're doing the micromanaging stuff, there's like story stuff and stuff that's more interesting happening. Meanwhile, in Three Houses, it felt like I'd get stuck in the micromanaging and like nothing was happening, not story-wise, it was just like, if you want, you can go do like side missions to get some experience and some stuff, but there's not really any story stuff. It just felt like there was a lot of time that was not focused on the story, that was just like the micromanaging of the school stuff. And like, don't get me wrong, that was a lot of fun, and having like super customizable units, and because of that and some of that stuff is really interesting to that game. It's just eventually, after playing the game for like 60 hours or something, like that micromanaging I got really close to the end too on my first playthrough, but that micromanaging like time ended up, especially after the time skip, just wore at me to the point where I was just like, God damn it. And like, but it felt like I still had to do it. Like, it felt like if I just like stopped doing it, I would be like missing, like my units would get significantly weaker, or like there was reasons why I felt like I needed to do it. Even though it like felt really tedious eventually.
I do agree with you. Like Persona 5 is Persona 5 Royal, since that's the only point I have to touch on this. It's definitely blended together. Like Three Houses is definitely a game where there's campaign mode and there's school mode.
Yeah, and I mean, so like, Cause in my head, my mind's like, well, Persona, you can go several fucking hours without like doing combat. But I'm like, yeah, but while you're doing like the day-to-day shenanigans and like those random minor things, there's like story moments and like dialogue that's interesting and important. So even though, yes, you're not like in combat doing like the mission stuff, there is still important stuff happening. Meanwhile, Three Houses, it felt like it was a lot of the micromanaging, and then like right before the mission there was stuff, and then I got to play the mission, and there was stuff during the mission, and then after the mission there might have been some stuff, but then there once again there was a lot of downtime. So that, I think that might be where it is that like, yes, while I feel like you go hours and hours at times in the Persona series without getting to like the actual like turn-based RPG gameplay, you are still, though, the entire time experiencing story beats and story elements. Meanwhile, Three Houses, I feel like the story beats are tied to when you're doing the missions. So like there's a lot of just back-to-back school days without like anything important other than the school stuff, and I think that's where it is. But yeah, I'll eventually get back and finish that game. I know I got really the route I got really far in my first time playing it was I did Claude, and the
route where he just fucked off.
I mean, kind of like you're less important, to my knowledge. You're less important in the grand scheme, but like to my knowledge, he's less important in the other routes. But when you're playing his route, he does more or something. Because, like, what essentially happened post time skip is, like, I was involved, but I was, like, stuck between both sides of the conflict between Edelgard and Dimitri. And, like, it was really fucking rough. Because, like, Dimitri's got such a hate buzz going for Edelgard to the point where, like, he can't be reasoned with. And, like, he's basically just got blood. Like he's just seething at the mouth. He's basically just a rabid animal at that point, like just attacking whatever's close to him.
He did turn
and then Edelgard's trying to conquer the whole thing. And so like it felt like you were like the person stuck between a rock and a hard place. You also, and to my knowledge, it's not really. So one thing I understand about the deer one is it's very similar to the like Edelgard route where you go against her and you like side with the church, because there's 4 routes in that game. But like the church route is very similar to the what is it, stags, whatever the deer house, like the yellow house. Your route is very similar. So like it was that like we're working with the church and we're stuck between these two, and it's a goddamn, it sucks. And that was the one I got the farthest in. I was probably maybe like I was probably like halfway through, if not maybe a little farther than halfway through the like post time skip stuff, which is to my knowledge significantly shorter than the pre-time skip stuff for all routes. However, when I went back to the game, and maybe if I stuck with it and played a lot more of it, this was like maybe a year ago or so. I think I just got busy with other things in my life, or I got distracted with other shiny like new things that were coming out. But I was trying to do the Edelgard route, which is the shortest route in the game. So if you do the Edelgard red route, that is, if I remember correctly, has the least number of missions in the game. And I was doing that route, and I was really enjoying Edelgard's house and the characters in Edelgard's stuff, because most of those characters I didn't get to know, because I think I honestly got to know the DLC, because I did the DLC at that time too, to get to know them so that I could have them, because you have to beat the DLC to get them in the main story. So I did that. I did the DLC first so that I had them for the main story, because then you get their social talks and stuff like that in the main story. And that's only 4 characters, and in that run I went out of my way to not recruit anybody from other houses so that I could like very focus on the people in Edelgard's house and learn their stories, because if I remember correctly, like once you can field the highest number of units you can field in the game, I think you only need like 2 or 3 people past like what your base house provides you to like fill the board. So if you recruit a bunch of people, there's like units you essentially ignore and not use. So I tried my best to just like, because the DLC kind of filled that gap of the people I needed, to like round out the maximum number, I didn't recruit anybody else. Unlike my first run. My first run, I recruited like every goddamn person from the church. I recruited, I think I stole like maybe one person from Edelgar's house and one person from Dimitri's house. So like, no, I think I stole 2 people from Dimitri's house. So like, I had a lot of units in my first run, to the point where like there were units I was hardly using and all this stuff. And like, given, in order to see certain social links, social links is they don't call it social links. That's what they call it in Persona. But in order to see the conversations between the characters, you do need to steal. Like, every character has, ranks. The ranks with every member of their house. So like, if they're a person from Dimitri's house, they have they have conversations with everybody in their house. However, every character has like 2 or 3 characters from outside the house that they talk to. So like, there is a lot of like conversations you can miss if you don't recruit people. So there is that as an interesting thing. But that, and that's just to show just how much shit there can be done, and like how customizable everything is in Three Houses. And I definitely think, had I finished Three Houses would probably be my favorite. But yeah, I think right now my favorite is either, I really did enjoy the gameplay from Engage, even though it was like super easy compared to the other ones. I want to say, other than that, I really liked Echoes, was probably the other one I really liked. And then the other, I did, while I think the gameplay was the least interesting of all of them, I also was really enjoying the characters and cast of Awakening.
It's gonna have to take a really big contender in the future to knock Radiant Dawn off the back of my mind. Like, I still think about that one.
I was gonna say, which that's one of the ones I haven't played, but I do understand that the Ike ones are super good according to a lot of people. So like, I totally understand that where you're coming from. I just don't know enough about it to have that.
I will say that stance. Radiant Dawn veers like extraordinarily into the story. Like, a whole bunch of like an odd amount of gameplay for a Fire Emblem game is just like it's oddly scripted or ignored in a weird way. Like, this is very much, they fucking built this to have the story. They are not thinking about the gameplay in this one.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I will state, there are a lot of missions in the Fire Emblem games that, they're very much just, this is militarily what needs to be done, and besides that, there's not really much of a story beat to it. I can think of a lot of missions where, or it's just like a lot of the early missions from all the ones I played is just kind of just bandits attacked, and we're gonna have to deal with bandits, or we're like protecting random towns from bandits. It doesn't tie to the overall story. It's just, we're just fighting random bandits and stuff. So yeah, I mean, I can see that, I
mean, the first thing that happens in the game, I told you while I was playing it, is that one of the major first things you see is an occupying army killing innocent villagers.
Yeah, and
for Fire Emblem, I was really like, holy shit, this is different.
I was gonna say, I don't really recall if something like that happened in the other ones. I know, if I remember correctly, in Awakening, and it's been a long time, so I could be misremembering, but if I remember correctly, in Awakening, essentially the first handful of missions you're doing is like the shepherds responding and dealing with like bandit attacks, and then aside from that, like the random like monster attacks. But if I remember correctly, it's eventually like revealed that the bandit attacks on the villages is being coordinated by like the neighboring nation.
In Awakening?
So, like, yeah, in Awakening, if I remember correctly.
I mean, I could believe that. Awakening had a lot of like cartoon villains. And maybe that's why I can't remember, is because I wasn't taking it seriously.
I was gonna say, I haven't beaten Awakening, so there's big story stuff that I even haven't got to, but like the early chapters of that game have you you're fighting villains, or like, random bandits. Essentially, you're fighting these random bandits, and then on top of it, like, these portals are opening up and dropping like monsters into the world, and that has to do with the whole time travel bullshit that's happening, that's causing that to happen or something. But eventually, war breaks out between the neighboring nation and the nation Crom is from. And if I remember correctly, basically everything that's being set up in the game has to do with like the lead. I don't remember if he's the leader of the neighboring nation or like what's his exact position with the neighboring nation, but like he's Robin's dad in the long run or something. And like I haven't even got to the point where I think that's even revealed. But if I understand
Oh
correctly,
yeah.
that guy is Robin's dad from what I've been told. And I don't know if he's like just using that nation or what, but I know there's a war that happens with that nation. During that war, Crom's older sister, who's queen, dies, and then I think you're able to like stop the war. And then that's when like the time skip happens. There's like a 1 or 2 year time skip where like Lucina is born, and like if you don't have Crom married by that point, like Crom marries some random NPC that but like then Lucina the baby is born, and then post that time skip, you then recruit like the last two like like the non kid units. And they're from that neighboring nation. Albeit Tharja is one of the units you recruit from that nation, but you do recruit her like a mission or two before the time skip. You recruit her in the mission that I believe at the end of the mission, Crom's older sister dies in that mission. But like but I know you get Will, and Will is from the neighboring nation that you were just at war with. And then there might be like one other person you get. But then the next all the other units you get after that are the kid units, and you can't get any of the kid units until that like 2 year time skip or whatever it is where Lucina the baby is born. Because after that, that's when if I remember correctly, it's either you have to do the first mission after that or like right away after that. That's when the side missions that recruit kids start to show up, and I know some of them only show up at certain times. And then yes, of course, you also have to have their parents paired up. Like their mom has to be married to someone in order for their mission to even show up. So if their mom's married to someone, then their mission will show up. But I know it's not, if everybody's married, I know it's not just immediately all the missions show up. I know only certain ones show up at certain points, but you also have to have the mom married. And so yeah, I know some of the early ones, kids you got, and I haven't even met most of the kids. I don't even think I got far enough in the game to meet my own kid, like Morgan, the Robin kid. I don't think I got far enough in the game to meet them. Maybe I did. I don't remember, but I don't know if I did. I was gonna say, I feel like a large number of the kid units I haven't met, and then every single time I've gone back to replay the game, I've tried to do some of the shenanigans so that I can get like absurdly powerful children by doing like the whole what you pass down, like manipulating and stuff. But the problem is I think it works better on the higher difficulties because I think you get more EXP for doing stuff. Because like I feel like I can't hit the levels fast enough to get to the things I need to pass down. Because like I know one of the big things that you can pass down to the kids is the Dark Flyer, which is the second tier from Pegasus Knight. So you have to get fully upgraded through Pegasus Knight, Master Seal up from Pegasus Knight to Dark Flyer, and then get like another like 10 levels in or something. Like you have to get pretty far into the levels of Dark Flyer to get it. Is like whenever you kill a unit, you get another turn. Like it's literally just if you kill a unit, the unit gets to act again. Like they get a whole other turn, and you can pass that down to the kids, and the kids that can get like, because it's typically only female and it's later, but then you can get these kids, and right away when they get it, no matter what gender they are, as long as their mom was able to get to Dark Flyer, you can get a kid that has this. And I tried to get at least like 1 or 2 kids that had it, and like I could not get the experience fast enough without like losing my mind, being like, I just have to buy the item that someone's random monster encounters that are essentially just free XP farming to do this. Like either I farm the XP to do this, or like I just don't do this and I pass down like slightly weaker skills because, or not slightly weaker skills. Gale Force is broken to the point that like there is nothing, like everything is significantly weaker than it. But like because the skills that are super super good to pass on are like later in upgraded classes levels, it felt like I either have to put off getting the kids for a very long time, or because I could, once the kid levels are available, I just don't have to do them. Or I maybe I'm playing on the wrong difficulty for this, and at the end of the day, because I'm playing on a lower difficulty, I don't need to do this.
Yeah,
And
you don't need to see your kids; they'll be fine.
no, I don't need to like grind the mom to a very specific thing to pass down a very specific super powerful skill, right? That's what I'm getting at. Is that's what I don't need to do. I can just go get the kid and like give them lesser skills and they'll probably be fine. And then I just have to keep in mind that, characters that are just, that can be Pegasus Knights, it might be smart to turn them into Pegasus Knights. The girls who can be like without, like, don't pass it on to the kids, but like, if I'm playing as female Robin, have female Robin become a Dark Flyer, go get the skill, and then like switch to another class, and then just start murdering everything with Gale Force. Or like, Sumia, she starts as a Pegasus Knight, upgrade her into a Dark Flyer, get the skill, change her to another class, and then just have her murder. And so on and so forth. Hell, if I can get it on Robin before I get Morgan, and I'm playing as the female Robin, then I can pass it on to Morgan, and then both Morgan and Robin can have it. Because I don't remember all how it worked. I don't. I think you get a skill from both the mom and the dad, but I'd have to look up how it worked. I just know there's like mechanics to like the mom and the dad, and one of the strongest things you can do is if there's a female unit that can become a Dark Flyer, you can pass down Gale Force to their kid. And like their kid, depending, can't be a Dark Flyer themselves ever. So like you can get this really powerful skill on units that are like just innately strong but can't be that class. So like for example, Owen, Lisa's son, I'm pretty sure you can get Gale Force on him because I'm pretty sure you can turn Lisa into a Pegasus Knight and thus into a Dark Flyer. But yeah, I never got around to doing that. So and I feel like that's what probably put a hamper into like adopt my other playthroughs of Awakening. But I really was enjoying Awakening. The gameplay to Awakening is very simple compared to like just a few games later, where because Awakening is just kind of the weapon triangle, and
Yeah, there's not a lot to it.
Yeah, there's a weapon triangle, and then I think there's like a spell triangle, and that's kind of it. And then of course you have like this weapon's good against dragons, this weapon's good against flying units, things like that. You have those outliers that aren't part of the triangle that do stuff, but like it's just got the very like weapon mechanics, like this weapon beats that weapon beats the other weapon, and then like later you get like the skills that do stuff that is like an or not an awaken, that is in like Three Houses and Echoes. Those skills you can do with your weapons that in Echoes I think cost HP, and they're specific to the weapon. So like depending on which weapon you're using, you only have access to certain skills. And I kind of liked it that way better than how it was in Three Houses. Three Houses, it took away durability from the weapon you used, but the skills were character specific, and you could get them by leveling up certain like school categories. And like it's cool and all, but like I liked that, and I liked how it worked in Echoes a little bit better, even though like in the long run it's probably better for like, I don't know, because like paying HP to use the ability is a little riskier, I guess, than like paying the weapon, especially in Awakening or Three Houses where you can get like so many copies of the same weapon and stuff that like it for the most part it doesn't matter that you're wearing the durability down to use these skills. But like, yeah, I don't know. I just remember liking how it all felt, those special skills and stuff with weapons. How I liked how it felt in
Okay.
and whatever. But yeah,
There
I need to
was.
go
Oh,
cause I have a
you're
interview
heading
tomorrow.
out. I did want to go over a couple more things with Chibi Robo because I actually
Oh
have
yeah, we
seen.
can.
Well, just a couple more things.
Yeah, we can. I can spare that time.
So, I can't do Photo Finder because unfortunately it is a 3DS game that's also an ARG, so it's not emulatable unless you somehow shove it back into your 3DS, which I'm not really gonna try to do. I'm just gonna say that it's dead and done.
What does ARG mean?
Augmented reality game. It's one of
Oh,
those
okay.
things that the 3DS tried to do, which requires the camera on the 3DS to take
Yeah.
pictures.
Yeah, there's some
Um,
weird stuff.
And then I got to Ziplash, which is the final Chibi Robo game. Skip Limited, the developer, actually apparently went out of business, but no one noticed because they're apparently a private company. And they tried to turn Chibi Robo into, I don't know if you want to call it generic, a generic platformer. And it's pretty boring. It's pretty dull. I can definitely see why it was the nail in the coffin because it's not two of the things that Chibi Robo is actually good at. But I'll have to suffer through that in the future because I've actually been, ironically, totally absorbed into the second game, Park Patrol. Because Park Patrol is a work sim. and,
Interesting.
and it has completely absorbed all my time. I am super invested in this game, and if you look at it, you'll be like, well, what the fuck? Because literally, it's just a game about growing flowers. And that's...
Okay, you're talking to the wrong person to be like, what the fuck? Because, like, I can get sucked into management games really easily. That's like, I know I was talking earlier about how much I love turn-based RPGs, but I feel like the other games I play, like, a shit ton of for, like, a long period of time are these, management style, base building-ish kind of games, or these, like, little, like, slice of life keeping your house kind of games. So things like um things like I'm forgetting the name of it. It's on the I can like picture it in my head. Stardew Valley. That's the one I was thinking of. Stardew Valley I can get sucked into pretty easily. I'm a big sucker for Animal Crossing, as simple as that one is compared to it. But like, and then of course my biggest, yeah, if I feel like you can call it a base building game. You don't exactly build bases, but of course the game on my is it still the game on my Steam that I have the most time in? I'm actually curious now. Let's find out. Because for the
well,
longest time it took forever, but it eventually overblew my most played by game. Yes, it is still the game I've put the longest time into on Steam by a large margin, almost 100 hours over the number 2 slot, and that's Sid Meier's Civilization 6. So like, and that game has no story. That game just played. It's just like you do your base building, win like the board game thing. So like micromanaging and like these bases and like getting resources and using them kind of games. I'm a sucker for those.
so the reason why I did games in the future and then went back to Park Patrol is because Park Patrol is, I don't know if it's an early example of the genre or just the genre wasn't much around when work sims were becoming a thing. But it's a DS game from 2007, I believe. And because it is like that, one of the basic controls really fucked up what I was trying to do because in order to grow flowers, you have to water them and you have to make them grow into or change into different colors by playing music at them. In order to play music, you have to draw circles on the touch screen, but for some reason they wanted to make it really complicated where you have to play it at a specific rhythm and at a specific speed. And
That is really wonky.
And in order to do that, like, I don't know if it was better on original hardware, but emulator, I'm trying to do it with a mouse. And trying to do those circles without it turning into irregular circles was very difficult. And it is a basic feature of the game. It's this 1-2 step to make the flowers happen. Because I was so invested, I dropped the game for a day because I was like, I think the breaking point for me was when I realized, wow, I just spent like 40 minutes trying to make this happen. I've managed to do it successfully twice in that time, and I was like, I need to fucking stop this because this clearly isn't working. But for some reason, because I was so invested in it, I was like, I'll fucking give it another shot. I looked through the settings and found a setting called stylus pressure. I turned it all the way up to 100% and it seemed to make it more successful. So now I'm back on my bullshit and playing this game again.
Gotcha. Yeah, no, those work games would have predated that, but I can see that, you know, what you describe sounds like something I could see being like something that like would have been in previous games in a different way, like previous kinds of games of that kind of genre. Because I could, like, when you said, oh, you have to play music to get these plants to grow, I was like, oh, that sounds like something Harvest Moon might do. Like, you might have to do something weird like that to help stuff grow in, like, Harvest Moon or some of those, like, farming games. And, like, the first Harvest Moon was, I mean, the first one in the US was on the GameCube, but I think there was one before that on, like, the N64 or something.
Yep,
so, like, these games have been around for a while.
Actually, no, Harvest Moon started on the Super Nintendo.
Wow. So yeah, my point is these like farming and like day-to-day like jobby kind of games, you know, these management games have been around for a very long time. It's just there's elements where I'm like, yeah, that sounds like something I could see being in one of those like more light-hearted management games. That is like a little mini game thing you can do, and that in this particular game they incorporated, because it's on the DS, they incorporated the DS's hardware and the whole touchscreen thing into it, versus having it be some other thing that it would be on, like, you know, a console.
Okay,
so like, no, I can totally see that being a thing, because
okay, so
there certainly is stuff like that, little mini game stuff you can do in those kind of games.
Okay, so since you want to be out here quick, I did want to do one last thing, which was basically, I don't know how I gave you the hint for the next game, but I wanted to give you the opportunity to, if you wanted to guess, based on what I gave you before, what I think I gave you before, maybe this would be a good time, since we are going to be doing something else next week.
Sure. I mean, so for the game we just played, I think you might have told me Capcom. No, I don't know if you told me Capcom, but I think you told me something about like survival horror, but it was on, no, I want to say you told me Capcom survival horror SNES. And like, I literally had no idea, because like, I was like, fuck, I have zero clue, because like Clock Tower didn't come into my head, and also I didn't realize there was other Clock Tower games than like the two we talked about. And like, when I think of, first of all, just the survival horror genre in general, I think it's all starting kind of on the PlayStation, like the big ones at least.
How about I just cut to the chase and just reiterate the hint? The biggest hint I wanted to give you was, this is the other game, when you did see my spinning wheel, that you actually recognized.
Okay.
It was a game that was highly recommended by, one of the people was Jim Sterling, back when he used to make videos. It's an action game. It's gonna be, well, it's not
the game I was thinking.
It's not next gen, but it's previous gen.
Okay.
I think it was a Game of the Year contender when it came out.
Okay. It's been so long since I saw that list, I can't remember anything on it. My brain, because when you originally just said it was something on the list that you recognized, I was like, wasn't Amori on that list? And I recognized Amori, but Amori isn't either of those other things you said after that. So, also, if you did have Amori on that list, I might have told you, because I know you ended up playing Amori by yourself. And I may have told you to take it off the list, because I really want to just like play Amori quietly by myself, because of like how other people have told the experience to me. I feel like to have an audience and to be able to like joke around will distract me from some of the big emotional hits of that game, because I think, you know, just the innate, you know, more playful joking stuff of having someone else, you know, talking to you the entire time can distract you from absorbing the emotional moments and stuff. And I definitely feel like over my time playing games with you on this stream, not necessarily for better or for worse, just potentially just for something different, I have noticed that. Like because if you remember Spiritfarer, my
Oh, what the
my
hell? It went on sale.
my own time playing Spiritfarer, like by myself, just quietly in my room, was much more emotional than our playthrough of it. Like, you know, it felt numb at times when like characters left, and I absolutely bawled my eyes out on one of them. And I don't know if maybe Stanley still had me feeling a bit numb. But I don't know if I had as big of an emotional like hit when characters were leaving and stuff when we were playing it together. And part of that's because, we're both talking and we're both like bouncing off each other, and that's kind of like distracting from like the silent pulling in the emotions. So anyway, it's still not a Mori. You said it's a game of the year contender. That's an action game from a few years ago. But you seem not 100% sure it was a game contender, because the one that came to my head, you would know it was a game of the year contender because it won, and that was God of War. And by God of War, I mean Dad of War. And I don't know if that was on the list or not. So,
well, how about I just give you another hint, just to, I don't know, just as a reward for sticking around another 15 minutes. It's a platinum game.
Nier Automata, then.
Yep, we're gonna be doing Nier
Automata
next week.
Yes, which is good, because Nier Automata, I won't say much about the story other than, and I don't know if you know this, but to me this isn't a spoiler to say it, because it's not so much of a, like, it's not spoiling anything in the story, it's just letting you know kind of how the story's structured. You have to play through like there's like 3 routes you have to do. There's like 3 routes you have to do, and you have to complete the first route before you can do the second route. But the characters you play as and like how the game plays changes slightly between routes, and I hated the gameplay to route number 2.
Well, that'll be interesting.
Route number 2's gameplay was not for me, to the point where I was struggling to like, I stopped. And I didn't get very far into route number 2 because I just did not like the gameplay to route number 2. But yeah, you play through 3. To my knowledge, I think there's 3. There might be 4. There might be more routes than I'm 100% aware of. But you play through different routes, and I don't think all of the routes overlap each other, but there's like moments in the routes where like, it chronologically the same events are happening that we witnessed on other routes, but because we're on this route, we're seeing them from a different angle, and stuff like that. But yeah, the gameplay to the second route, it introduces a gameplay mechanic that I was not super keen on. So maybe that will help me, but also that might be one of the games where there's a lot of details I'm going to want to pick up, and maybe if we're talking, I'm going to miss some details. So I don't know. We'll see. But because I could definitely, the first route was okay. There's some kick-ass music in the game. I'll say that much. There's some music. I loved some goddamn music in that game. But like the first route, I completed the first route. It was all right. I could see potential. But I was told by people who, talk about how mind-blowing the game is, that like, that's not, like, the first route is not, it's to trick you, right? You finish the first route and you're like, yeah, all right, that was all right, like, cool. And then like, it's the next routes that starts to get crazier. And I got to the start of where I could start seeing like, whoa, okay, I see where this is going, but also I hate the gameplay. Okay. And because I didn't get deep enough into the part where it was like, I could see the start of how it was gonna get me, but I didn't get to the point where it got me, right? And I think it's because that gameplay element pushed me out before the moment, because I think it's early on in the second route that I think is the point where people get pulled super hard into it. I don't 100% know. It doesn't take very long to finish the first route, but to finish the first route, yeah, I mean, maybe the other routes take longer. I guess I don't know, but
I think this is gonna be.
Okay, I have 11 hours in it, but
I think this is gonna be an interesting project doing something half blind. But the unfortunate thing is that I did get.
record.
Well, no, that's not the unfortunate part. I was just gonna say I did get the edition that has. I'm just gonna call it the serial number DLC in it. I'm not sure if we're gonna bother with that because I don't trust Square Enix and their fucking difficulty balancing. But it's unfortunately gonna be a console playthrough.
Oh, I also have that DLC, as it apparently just came with it on Steam or something.
So it's
What-
not
what
gonna
is this?
be it's not gonna be the best environment, but I didn't want to buy it on
DLC
PC
pack
for full
ads.
price.
Revealing outfit costume for 2B.
Okay.
Which I will state the revealing costume outfit for 2B is misnamed.
Is it
It's
a
called
joke?
that. However, I recognize the outfit. There is a character from the previous Nier game, the Nier Replicant. It's a character from Nier Replicant's outfit. Young man's costume for 9S and another costume for another person. After completing new subquests in this DLC, you can enjoy playing the game while wearing these costumes from Nier Replicant. See, okay, there it recognizes that all the costumes are from Nier Replicant. Subquests take the form of 3 different battle challenges at 3 different coliseums. Special music video. Nier Automata meets Amazarashi, Deserving of Life, from collaboration with rock band Amaterasu, is also included as part of the scenario. We hope you have fun with this content. I assume this is the DLC, but it's called Nier Automata -3C3C1D1194440927.
It's called
And it's the only
serial
DLC
number
that's on
DLC.
Steam. Okay. But yeah, so it just sounds like it's 3 submissions that I don't even know if there's story to them or if it's just like you're just fighting enemies in an arena for the sake of fighting enemies in an arena. I don't actually know. I will state there's one thing that super bugged me about that description I just read, and it's intentional, but like at first I didn't realize it was intentional. Random letters across that whole thing are capitalized.
Yeah.
So like at random times and random words, the letters are capitalized. And the first time I saw it, I was like, oh, that's a typo. And then like eventually I started noticing, oh, this is like in every sentence. There's like one word, 1 or 2 words, like every sentence that have this. So like, even though you can get all the way through saying this DLC adds revealing costume for 2B, young man's outfit costume for 9S, and destroyer outfit costume for other character. That whole sentence only has it in the word ads at the beginning. But then after that, like it's every 4 or 5 words there it shows up again. So I was like, God damn it, it bothers my eyes. But yeah, I don't know. Assuming this is the only DLC, I don't know if
I'm pretty sure it is the only one.
I don't know if there's much of a story to this. But yeah, I will admit that the element to this game, still I really want to know, right? Because so many people have talked about how crazy and how like nutty and how all this shit with this game is, and I never got there. And I've never been spoiled on it. So like whatever it is with this game that makes it fucky and makes it like worth remembering, I didn't get to. This game was like meh. Like because chapter 1 is like, I don't know if it's intentionally designed, but like chapter 1, or like, you know, the first route that you have to do is like intentionally like you're not seeing all the details route, right? It felt very cookie cutter generic RPG story to me, but it's intentional, I think, because I feel like route 1 is you're seeing a bunch of events from a very outsider perspective without a whole lot of details. So it's just kind of very like, go kill the bad guys kind of thing. And you don't really know much about who these people are other than like what you need to know to understand they're the bad guys and stuff like that. And apparently it's in the other routes where shit starts to get fucky. And in the fight that I was quit on because the gameplay of the second route that I absolutely hate was causing me to lose the fight over and over and over again. I saw the beginning of where shit was gonna get fucky. Like I was like, yes, they're starting to show where shit gets fucky. And I was like, this could be cool, but I never beat it. So like I was like, boy, and without like my thought was like maybe you can beat it without doing the gameplay thing I hate. However, I also think you can't the where shit was getting fucky directly had to do with when you were doing the new gameplay element that was added in that route. So because you're doing the new thing you can do in that route, during that stuff, the game starts to show you stuff you didn't see before. And so I was like, okay, so even though I feel like I can kill enemies without doing this, I think I have to kill enemies or like fight enemies using this technique because it gets the story. And my guess is, and I don't remember, and I very well could have gotten to a point where this was a thing and I knew this, but it's been like 3 or 4 years since I've last played that game. It could be that during important fights, you have to do this. Like the boss literally gets like immune to all other forms of attack until you do the thing that I hated. And if that's the case, that's probably how they make sure you see it. Because as I said, some of the new story stuff comes from this new kind of attack you can do in the second run.
Okay.
But yeah, we'll have to wait until we get there, and then you'll immediately see what it is, and maybe you'll like it, maybe you won't like it, maybe you'll be like, it's whatever, and I will be like, yeah, I hate this.
So with that established, we are officially out of time. I'm sure your brain is gonna melt soon, so we'll.
I mean, no, I just wanted to be done at a good time to get plenty of sleep for my interview tomorrow, because my interview is not like right away in the morning, but I just want to be well rested, you know.
Well, that's another balancing act in the books. Check us out on the weekend for more Persona 5.